didn't hear your name.
Douglas Capitan from DD.
Okay, good morning. We're just waiting for other people the delegates to call in, and then the speaker will be ready to take over at the time. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Delegate Paul Day. Vice Chair Smith.
Good morning, everyone. This is Speaker Damon. This is the Naabik'iyati Committee of the 24th Navajo Council work session that everyone has been called into. Thank you for calling in this morning. It's my colleagues from the 24th Navajo Council. Good morning. If it's everybody else, good morning as well, too, as the staff, to presenters that'll be on today. Most importantly, thank you to all the public that's listening in. Thank you very much for being a part of this discussion, or allowing us to be a part of this discussion. Let's go ahead and give it about another 1-2 more minutes, and then we can go ahead and get started. Again, this is Naabik'iyati Committee, a work session today that we will be having here. So let's give it about another 2 minutes, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you. Is Miss Nakai on? Peggy Nakai?
Yes, Speaker. Good morning. I'm on.
Oh, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Okay, great. Good morning, Peggy.
Good morning, Challenge here.
Ms. Nakai, do you have somebody that is going to be doing a roll call, or is it yourself?
Yes, I have Karen. If I don't know if she's on.
Oh, good morning.
Hi,
Good morning. Morning, Karen.
Yes, good morning.
Morning, Delegate Halona. Morning, everybody. Hello.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Again, this is the Naabik'iyati Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council work session. This is Speaker Damon. We'll go ahead and get started. Let's give it another minute. I'm just waiting for one more area to make sure we have everything technically recorded and everybody participating. So let's go ahead and give it another minute. Good morning, everyone. This is Speaker Damon. We'll go ahead and start the meeting this morning, actually the work session. We're going to call it to order. This is the Naabik'iyati Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is a work session via telecommunication. I'm here in Winter Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. My colleagues of the Naabik'iyati Committee are throughout the Navajo Nation. Some might be in here in Winter Rock too as well. Good morning to everyone out there. Good morning to all the staff again. Good morning to all the executive branch presenters. Thank you for being a part of this discussion today. Good morning to everybody listening in via YouTube or Facebook or Vimeo. Today's date is Tuesday, May 26, 2020. The time now, start of the meeting is 9:10 a.m. We have a proposed agenda before us. Presiding chair is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Without moving forward any further, is Honorable Nate Brown? Honorable Brown?
Speaker. Yes, this is Delegate Brown here.
Honorable Brown, you mind doing an invocation for us this morning?
Sure. Yeah, Speaker.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Speaker. Response to answer and yeah. To all our staff. Yeah, because now and the president is in the should yeah, could have now the Craigie no cut in the name he can Craigie no be hawking it in no cut the net. Other could I get the Hajon on the ship should be in because I ha shut no other get the Hajon on the Sando. But those the cut it on Sunday in it. Yet we've done it for position for don't get the Hamas on stand at the hay of space. The in the net once it begins for a in Canada, he got the Peggy, the best sponsor, and the door in Kitten Ayakodo. In Carjo's Saudi Nation Carney in Dacheba Helmitten, so on sea case are which adequate the non hunket position the Haya Hashina did in the net on the Kana Chaton get no in. Kodo Nisiatis in the Halong Honish, which in the studies other your in the net and the Kodoya. Other thing that the Albanian Kogita, the Kodashaya, Jo, cannot win to non handling the lesser class. For the data, on it for fantastic to know the condo of Nahan, cannot any other bragging, non exchange or not other details. They are patient that thing with the means on the name and thing of it. Honestly, so Shinki does the shit and cannot of just a good. Asking which is the Hallo for the which for $1. But they are in the distributed of chief national test adopted a margin master and chair, but some benahal after asking $18. do kino kada hasya do kan hasanigi position so the kini ke do in kina da sosa ado sabaka sab kini could average position show ketilie do da khashidi the Jonas thing.
Thank you very much for that wonderful invocation this morning, Honorable Brown. With us moving forward, just for the record, due to the fact that this is a communications meeting, we'll go ahead and take roll call. Ms. Nakai, or actually Ms. Karen Doki,
Yes.
you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead and
Yes,
do a roll
I'm ready.
call.
Okay. Honorable Seth Damon,
Present.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Kellen's here.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.,
Can you acknowledge that I'm here?
Is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown present.
Speaker, can they acknowledge that we're here? Kellen?
Ms. Doki, can you, after they state that they are present, can you recognize that they have said it?
okay.
Okay.
Honorable Seth Damon is present. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Kaninswa-Crotty. Delegate Amber Kaninswa-Crotty is present. Thank you. Honorable Amber Kaninswa-Crotty is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniel. Honorable Mark A. Freeland. Honorable Tanel Halona.
Delegate Helena is present.
Honorable Tanel Halona is present. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Ricky Nez is present. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater is present.
Honorable Carl Slater is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Charlene Zoe. Honorable Daniel E. So. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, the shot.
Honorable Eugene So is present.
Right.
Honorable Otto So.
Oh, I'm here.
Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Thomas J. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
What happened?
Speaker, you have 11 members present.
This is Delegate Charles Newton. I got on the line late. I apologize. I'm here.
Good morning, Ms. Charles Newton. Honorable Charles Newton is present.
Okay.
Speaker, you have 12 members present.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for calling in. 12 members present. Moving on down on the agenda, announcements. Any announcements, colleagues? Once, going twice, going 3 times. Moving on down. Recognizing guests and visiting officials. Again, thank you to everyone for being online. Thank you to all the individuals that are visiting here, all the partners, federal partners, or state partners. Thank you for listening in. To all the individuals for community members that are listening in, streaming in on Facebook or YouTube or Vimeo. Thank you very much for listening in this morning. Moving on down, discussion items. As we know, colleagues, we passed legislation 0115-20 or resolution CMY-44-20. And in this, the Navajo Nation CARES Act Fund was formed, and developing that was the, I guess, the vehicle of the overall process in order for us to go ahead and keep moving forward. Now, as we have said through last couple of discussions at last Thursday's meeting and Friday, is that we're looking at opening up ideas and recommendations, and also hearing from some individuals who are trying to help out as best as possible to making sure that the Navajo Nation utilizes our resources that we have received from the federal government in a way that we can, one, meet our deadline, two, get these dollars out to the people that are in truly need of receiving help. And in doing that, colleagues, that's the reason why we're going through these different procedures and getting these presentations. Today's presentation is we're going to be covering economic development and economic development opportunities. I do have economic development individual, executive director, Mr. J.T. Willie from the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development, who will start us off. And then I also have Mr. Jeff Begay, board chairman from the Dene Chamber of Commerce, too, as well. And in those two colleagues, if there's anybody else who would like to add on to the economic development, we haven't got any other recommendations, but we can, and we can try to get them. If you don't have their information, we can add them on too as well. But with that, moving in partially in partial agreement with the Navajo Nation Economic Development Office. I know that they have recommendations that they want to present, so that's the reason why I really wanted them to be here before you, colleagues. One of the areas of interest that we got this economic development opportunity to utilize these dollars on. Again, we created all this off 115-20. We got the comments. The public put in public comments on this, and that's the way that we got a majority of these topics. And today's topic again is economic development and small businesses across the Navajo Nation. So with that, let me go ahead and there's no questions and comments, colleagues. I can turn it over immediately to our first discussion item, and that is Mr. J.T. Willie, the Executive Director of Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development. Mr. Willie? Mr. Perry? Mr. Willie, are you on now? Hold on, colleagues. Mr. Willie, are you there?
Speaker,
Yes.
I
Okay.
I'll go ahead and contact them by email and see, where they're
Hold on
at,
real quick.
as well as
Go ahead, Ms. Sakai. That's great.
yeah. And I know there was an individual that called in from DED. He's online. I don't know if he's presenting too.
Is anybody on from Division of Economic Development?
Yeah, this is Douglas Capitan. I'm calling from the Division of Economic Development. I texted JT and Anthony to see if they're on. I haven't received a response yet, but I'm the one who's presenting today.
You're the one that's going to be presenting?
No, I'm not. No.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm trying to get in contact with both of them to see where they're at.
Did they have a presentation that they wanted to send out to the delegates?
I'm not too sure. I think JT has items prepared in the bullet form. But as far as I know, yeah, they should be on. I'm still trying to get in contact with them. Okay, he should be on now. Or coming on shortly.
Good morning. This is JT. I do apologize. I just finished another conference call.
Good morning, Mr. Willie. This is Speaker Damon. Thank you for calling in.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, Mr. Willie, I didn't know if you guys had a presentation or a written presentation or any kind of PowerPoint. We haven't received anything yet, if you guys did.
Mr. Speaker, what I do have is just the document that was sent to ASA last week. I don't know if that was forwarded to the group, but it was just basically what I've been working on as far as the compiling economic development projects and proposals for the CARES Act funding that's currently being discussed.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, Mr. Willie, the floor is yours right now.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council, and also to everybody else that's been joining in on the phone call. So what I had submitted for review is basically the Division of Economic Development. We have been compiling a report that oversees and develops a management plan and idea for the CARES funding that's currently in proposal. I had outlined it in 5 different areas. One area being the Navajo Business Economic Relief Fund. Another area, and I do get a lot of feedback from not only from council but also from the public as far as our grassroots of who we are as the Navajo economy based off of Navajo artisans. So I did a Navajo Artist Relief Fund proposal. And then number 3 is the 2019 projects that were proposed. these ones were actually a development list that was compiled based off of several meetings and then based off of several updates from leadership as far as community development projects for economic development. This was actually going to be an amendment to the 5-year plan expenditure that CED oversees, but we kind of just been putting it on the back burner because of different projects that were being entertained through 2019. And then, of course, now with the pandemic that has affected us, we have ended up pushing that project back again. So I had added it to this list just because of what we're looking at as far as economic development growth projects throughout the Navajo Nation. Number 4 is all of the COVID-related projects within Division Economic Development. The COVID-related projects have to do with such things that are going to be readily movable by the division through our various offices. For instance, it also makes up some differences as far as revenue that's currently being lost to the division through different business site leases, because what we've been working on is finalizing a waiver of business site lease representatives with the Navajo Nation for monies owed monthly to the Navajo Nation or annually to the Navajo Nation. We also added some important expenditures as far as our tourism unit. So our tourism unit basically gets some funding based off of certain taxes that are collected through the hotel occupancy tax from the Navajo Nation. And the requested amount in this area also outlines our needed recruitment of expenses for what we're currently being lost right now throughout the Navajo Nation because of the closure of hotels, of parks, and then the big hit to the tourism industry that we're facing now. I also outlined in this particular area the PPE manufacturing project that also, again, entails the address to the current pandemic of needing PPE, such as face masks and what have you. And then technical support from our division to a lot of our small businesses. In addition to that, we also included some survey development
on the line.
What we also did include were different survey developments and proposals again in this particular area. The last component area was just my policy recommendations that were compiled from feedback from my division as far as what we feel like needs to happen moving forward to readily make funds available and readily change certain policies within the Navajo Business Opportunity Act, as well as other policies that we oversee that will continue to help us make these fundings available and to expedite these projects moving forward. In conversations that we've been having with not only the division, but of course small businesses, and I think the greatest opportunity that we've been a part of to this point is those compiled by the Net Chamber and also with Shiche L. Henderson and Mr. John Begay leadership within that organization to help identify the most needs-based for the small business private sector. With the help of Mr. Derek Watchman, it has been more flourished out based off of weekly meetings that we've been getting updates and what have you. And then so they also have a proposal that I understand that's going to be submitted for review and considerations on different expenditures here necessarily needed for the economic relief funding to different for the private sector basically. And working with leadership on the executive side, we have been still working on different developments of the language and, of course, the packaging of an entire expenditure proposal fund that we're working on from different areas. But as far as economic development is concerned, that's the main point that I think if you do have a copy of the developed packet that was submitted, is that our sincere, most necessary area is going to be that we need to continue to support the private sector. And of course, amendment of policies to make things readily available for our consultants, our contractors to get hired readily into expenditure funds for them moving forward. And I think the most, again, in addition to this, the most important document that we have here is going to be the Navajo Business Economic Relief Fund, and then also the Navajo Artist Relief Fund. And in the Economic Relief Fund, what we have outlined in here is we've been resourced so many times on how we can promote the private sector small businesses. And this gives us that opportunity to compile that list that we oversee within our business regulatory, and then also, again, to increase the number of businesses that are resourced through our Preference 1 and for Preference 2 businesses. Again, to get them administered and also to get them registered through the Navajo Nation correctly and actively, so that they do have opportunities to apply for these funds, because a lot of the feedback received from the small businesses is that they've hit a dramatic decrease in their revenues, and therefore having to take different avenues moving forward. The Division of Economic Development, in collaboration with other organizations, has also worked endlessly to offer readily available services for them. The team that I have assigned has developed, resource listings as well as other needed areas to find funding from the federal level that has come down. But I think the hardest part that we face here on Navajo is that we don't have the immediate infrastructure to identify or to get access to a lot of this information, such as the internet, such as internet capabilities, broadband capabilities, and therefore it has, they have lacked the ability to apply for a lot of these different grants that have come online via online. And so therefore, for us to make up that difference by what has come down to the nation, I had put in a proposal with my team. Each department has been very involved in developing what you see here before you. But again, this is just the beginning. It's a very rough overview of how we can move everything forward from here. That concludes my report, Shanad. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And colleagues, that email was sent out again by Madam Chief Charles Newton. Oh, no. Madam Chief So, 9:33 a.m. And it was emailed again out by Mr. Hanley and Ms. Nakai. I hope everybody got that presentation. If there's any comments, questions right now to Mr. Willie, the floor is open.
This is Delegate Amber Canis-Bocrati with a question.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. My colleague, Shahat Shiaj, for your prayer. I think I appreciate this proposal that you submitted. It looks like the office created this document May 20th. It would have been preferable, Shiaj, if you would have been able to send this to leadership once you had a proposal, so that we could review and start looking at how we can develop this expenditure plan working together. But I appreciate looking at the document today. I did want to ask a question regarding the Navajo Business Economic Relief Fund. Can you provide a little more information about if, and in looking at this, it doesn't have an area of who's going to be the oversight of these funds? Is there going to be a program set up, or is there an existing program that could help with these relief funds? I appreciate the Navajo Artist Relief Fund because they are not, their economy is not a standard economy. And I'm not sure if you have any information from the Arizona Small Business Administration on how many Navajo businesses they were able to support during this time. If we have any high-level summary of who was eligible for the PPP program, were any Navajo artists, did they apply for the unemployment, the extension to unemployment? And then also, who are going to be your partners? You mentioned on the weekly calls with the next Chamber of Commerce, which I think is a step in the right direction. And then help me understand in terms of these projects that you have on your 5-year listing. So it's page 5 of your 7-page document. It looks like this list had been finalized, but I'm going to say in just a quick analysis, there's really not a lot, or there's no equity in this 24 project list that accounts for over 159 million, especially for northern agencies. I think in terms of how that money is divided, I just see maybe 2 projects of the 24 that support northern agency. Northern agency has historically been a part of Navajo Nation that consistently provides revenue to the government, whether it's oil and gas, whether it's coal, tax, and royalties. And I'm not exactly sure then why we never see the same benefit of supporting our economies to expand. So I'd like to get that answer from you. But and in terms of this conversation is, then what of these projects help with the COVID relief in terms of the assessment and meets the U.S. Treasury guidelines? And I've not seen anything in your proposal that helps build up the medical industry, the business side of our medical response to COVID. We know that we were not able to secure the PPEs, and now there's an issue in terms of their efficiency and claims. And I agree that we received masks that were not protecting our people. And so I don't really see this in your proposal. So if you could just shed light on that as we look forward to developing a dynamic proposal that first and foremost has a public health lens of combating COVID-19. How can we build an economy here that meets this health disparity issue that we have on Navajo, which includes medical transportation, it includes medical supplies, it includes medical professionals, and the type of small businesses that they need to bring here to Navajo, like how we see the dialysis center, we see how everybody but Navajo is benefiting, and how is the Economic Development Office going to change that paradigm so that we can have health facilities here, and there are other companies that can promote the health of the Navajo people, so that we're not in a situation where we have to continue to rely on border towns or be transported off of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Naabik'iyati. Let me go back to, I know that there was a couple of different questions in there, not only about the business economic development relief, but also how the projects were put together and equity across the nation, and also moving in towards distribution and demographics. Mr. Willie, let me go ahead and have you answer that one first, and then I can go back to my colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as you have seen in the Business Economic Relief Fund proposal for both the open to small businesses and other businesses of Navajo, and then also to the artist sector, what I would recommend to be the administrating unit would be within the Business Economic Development, our small business development, and our project development offices. We we are, in collaboration with also the Net Chamber, and then also other identified resources with the Net Chamber, and then also with Change Labs. Jessica Stego, who also has a project that she oversees within Western Navajo, and has been really readily to provide essential services as far as identifying project needs, as far as assisting small businesses in growth and development. So those would be some identifying parties that I can see help administer this. As far as a unit within the nation, we don't have one particularly developed to carry this project solely by themselves. And so I think being a division, I would look to our small business development office and our project development offices to be, part of that particular area to help administer these programs here moving forward. And then again, working with our collaborative partners within the chamber and then also with Change Labs. Those two particular parties have been very forefront in compiling data and to offering technical support needed to the small business private sector. And I think moving forward, this will also create that open dialogue that has been necessarily needed to bridge the private sector with the Navajo government. And so therefore, for us to work hand in hand with them, because there's only to a certain point where our division can go, and then outside of, our jurisdictional area, you have these particular units there, the Net Chamber and Change Labs, who can go beyond those and then, meet us and have effort, a collaborative effort project. To answer the question as far as the economic development proposed projects for the 5-year plan, Shema, I haven't really sat down with you to also discuss further what we can do for Northern Agency, and I do see your point there that he had brought up as far as the feasibility and also, again, the immediate expenditure, return of investment, or any sort of identified regionalized projects so that they're equally distributed around Navajo. And you have brought up those points correctly, accurately moving forward. And I think since this is the beginning of this conversation and that these projects have already been vetted and identified prior to, what we can do here moving forward now is to break down these projects, and then even outside of these projects, other areas, because you also brought up some good points as far as the medical supply, the analysis of medical projects related to the Division of Economic Development and lines with the guidelines from the U.S. Treasury, so that we're able to create these projects, or even if there are projects, to flourish them out to become what they need to be. And what I can do for you and for this document here is to add an analysis area in regards to that particular concern, and also in lines with the U.S. Treasury guidelines for those COVID relief projects. And so now that we've all seen what has happened here on Navajo with the curfews, the limitation of travel throughout the nation, off the nation, is the need for providing these units within Navajo so that they're able to get essential goods necessary moving forward. We're not going to be thinking about how a lot of these projects get developed for the short-term basis. What we need to have in mind is the long-term analysis here moving forward. And so what I can do is make those edits to this document so that you can be able to see them more hand in hand as far as how it looks for the long-term basis. And of course, in response to not only COVID-19, but other pandemics and other necessary essential businesses here on Navajo necessary moving forward. And then also, again, the vetting process. And I think what we've seen from DED is you have the Health Command Center that has been set up. And when they get proposals from projects and individuals who are selling a product or want to sell a business, that they're doing this, they're doing that, what we've been trying to make sure is that we don't get stuck in a situation where we're supporting a project that is not long-term, and that in some cases, the entrepreneur or the individual that's the middleman is a Navajo who has been, just to sit in the middle to get the project bid, and then therefore moving forward, they're not actually the whole dynamic or the whole foundation of what this project is. And so I think what we need to do moving forward here now is also create that list of medically based and COVID relief-based projects identified so that they're within those vetted processes and they're not just a forefront project, or they're not just an outside entity trying to buy into Navajo, so to speak. So I can make those recommendations and changes moving forward. Shama.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Willie, for that. Colleagues, can you please remind yourselves to put yourselves back on mute after you speak, or you might not be on mute right now. We can hear some dogs. We can hear having some conversation with your kids. Please, or staff, whoever's online, please make sure you're on mute. Moving on down. Honorable Stewart. Do you have a question?
Yes, sir. No, I don't. I was just texting you, Priscilla,
Okay.
and then you know that I'm online now.
Okay.
I'm in
Great. Okay.
Okay.
Great. Good morning. Good morning out there to Sawmill, Arizona. Moving on down. Madam Chair Charles Newton, what was yours?
Sorry, Speaker. I just happened to take a bite of my son, which when you called me. So I apologize. JT, Scott, thank you for the presentation, and good morning, colleagues, everyone who's on the line. My question is, the presentation that you just now talked about, you talked about the preference 1 and the preference 2, and how you're working to try to get these businesses signed up so that they could get get a portion of that money that's out there. And many of these businesses are Navajo owned. So my question is, how is this going to be accomplished? I want to know what your plan is and how you plan to get the word out to start getting these businesses signed up to get them on the preference list. I know that while I was campaigning and also being a delegate, that was one of the issues that seemed to keep coming up is businesses would try to get onto the preference list, but somehow it was a long, tedious process, and many of them just gave up. So I know that we've had conversations about this preference list and the process when getting these businesses signed up. And I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe at one point you did mention that you were revamping that whole process to try to streamline it. And you were working with businesses, those small businesses, and then also the artisans who are out there. So I wonder if you have your plan already written up and how you plan to do this, because we do have some people here in the Northern Agency that would benefit from this preference 1 and preference 2 list. And I think it's important that we start working towards getting these businesses on these lists so that we can start tapping into their resources to try to help assist us and to keep money in the pockets of Navajo people and Navajo businesses. So I'd like to know what your plan is in regards to getting businesses signed up to be on preference 1 and preference 2 lists. That's one. That's my first question. The second one is similar to what Honorable Crotty mentioned about the opportunities for Northern Agency. I'm a little bit surprised that we don't have, we're talking about small businesses, we're talking about Navajo people, yet I don't see any type of funding for farmers. Probably are aware in the Northern Agency, our farmers bring in a lot of money to the economy because of the produce that they sell. Many of these produce are produce that you can't find in a supermarket. many of them are traditional foods that we rely on. And we're talking about this COVID-19. We're talking about the second wave hitting. I really think that we need to try to include our farmers in this and try to maybe work towards assisting them. I understand that we have NAPI, which is an enterprise, but I think that we need to try to give some power and also give some of that money to our farmers who are along the San Juan River. And by doing that, we'll increase the amount of water that's being used here in the Northern Agency. So I'm hoping that we can also have that discussion as well so that we can include a little bit more. And then the other thing is movie making. I know that there's a lot of movies that get made here, especially in Shiprock. And I know the same thing in Monument Valley as well. But I don't see anything on here. And I know the last time when the Jumanji production crew was here at the Shiprock Pinnacle, I did get to talk to some of the producers there and ask them, and also the scouts who went out to these locations to try to find them for these movies. Some of the issues that they were having was there was so many red tape involved. Also, they didn't know who to talk to try to get a movie done. And so I know that that's something that we in the Shiprock area have been talking about for quite some time now. And I'm sure the other areas around the Navajo Nation are also in the same boat as well when it comes to tapping into those resources like those ones in Hollywood. So I hope that this plan that you have is just I hope it's not solidified. I hope that you're still open for discussion. And I can say that I'm a little bit disappointed with your division because they didn't come and talk to the delegates about ideas. Now, I know that you're probably thinking that would have taken a lot of time, but the delegates are on the ground with the communities. We know, we see what's going on, we hear what's going on, we know what's happening, and these 24 projects that are currently listed, the one that I see here that would benefit Northern Agency, it looks like the Raytheon manufacturing floor expansion, and then the other one that I see is the Shiprock Visitor Center. But again, I don't see anything in here that would benefit the small artisans or the small businesses. And that to me is a little bit disappointing since that seems to be your push right now is to try to remember those individuals. So with that, I hope that we can also have a discussion on some ideas on how we can boost the economy here in Northern Agency, and then more importantly, how we can benefit the Navajo people.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles-Zoon. Let me go back to you, Mr. Woolley, on that. Those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Otto. Madam Chair Charles Newton for that. Thank you very much for all of the feedback there. The first area that you brought up was the preference listing 1 and 2 that is administered by the Navajo Business Regulatory Department. This department is a very key unit within the division that issues these particular certificates, as well as also corporations code, and then also assists when it comes to business clearances necessary for procurement processes on Navajo. They also continue to oversee to ensure that the Navajo Business Opportunity Act is also withheld and also regulated within each of the bid opening processes moving forward. In my document, I had highlighted some points in there on the last page of recommendations to policy changes to this particular area, which include, such things as increasing the threshold of the amount for advertisements, and then also again for the processes set up moving forward. And this has also been one of the areas in talking within the chamber of how we can continue to change these policies and administration so that we're able to continue to offer necessary, what I want to say as far as removing the red tape and to allow the Navajo contractors and businesses to get these contracts moving forward. And so, Madam Chair, as you have seen in my presentation there, we had added language to ask that if you're going to apply for these funds, that you well register or to be registered under the Navajo Nation Business Source List, Navajo Business Regulatory Department. And what this entails, and yes, we're ready to administer that moving forward. Now with the current situation that we're in as far as social distancing, as far as maintaining our employee safety, the public safety, all of this has to be readily available to do online. We have a new website that just got finalized, and I think this is the opportune time to test those technical capabilities that we can offer to get people on the list and to get them there and available because, again, you know, we've always talked about resourcing Navajo, but if you look at our current resource list that we have, we're under 200 identified Navajo businesses, preference 1 and preference 2. And Madam Chair, you are correct, and everyone already knows this, is that the application process can be very lengthy without the proper assistance. And I think now with this department under new leadership, Mr. Alvin Wanika and his crew that he has there, it's an opportune time to really readdress a lot of these things that have been barriers for our entrepreneurs, our professionals, our private professionals, and anyone who does anything to get recognized on this list. And so therefore, in this time being set, it will allow us to get all of these businesses and increase this resource list so that when a Navajo department, an enterprise, what have you, is seeking to buy Navajo and to resource them, they're going to be on that list guaranteed. And I'm not saying we're going to leverage the Navajo Business Relief Fund as a way to get them on the list, but as you can see, anywhere out off reservation, if you're not on certain identified lists, if you're not doing certain ethical business practices, then you don't get any sort of benefit of the doubt. And I think a lot of our entrepreneurs who do business off reservation can attest to that, you know, they do their taxes in this way. They also are members of certain entities. And so therefore, when the SBA was doing the application for the EIDL or the PPP, they did ask for certain documents that they had to submit. So therefore, you know, it leveraged their application process a lot more. And I think this is a great opportune time to teach and to educate our Navajo business owners on and off reservation that this is a way for you, you know, to get the business opportunities that we've all been asking for many years. And, you know, every administration has mentioned it as far as we need to support Navajo businesses. And how do we do that? Well, we can't do that with a 200 vendor list. We need something more. And so what happens a lot of times now is that when that list is identified and a vendor is on that list, they're resourced, but they're only resourced for their quote process. And it gives us another reason to, again, seek outside non-Navajo businesses to do what needs to be done here on Navajo. And that's what we don't want to see. And so therefore, this gives us a great opportune time to develop this list to a greater capacity to what it was identified for and necessary for moving forward. And then I do have some of my staff that are on the line too. I do have Mr. Wanika, who's been the acting supervisor in this position. And so him and I, and of course his team, have been working hand in hand on how we can make these improvements for us moving forward, as far as the application process, as far as the overview and the administration of the applications, and then of course the bidding and procurement processes here. if we could give him some time to speak after I conclude my feedback here to you, Madam Chair, I would like to also have him give some insight as far as the preference 1 and preference 2. The second one that you mentioned was the opportunity for Northern Agency, and that this is not a solidified document or a list, that is correct. It is open for discussion. It's just the preliminary plan, the overviews and oversight, what we have acknowledged and have been vetted to at this point. And of course, we do need to seek out more, and we do need to continue working with Navajo Nation Council, and then also again with the communities, the local representatives that have a lot of the knowledge necessary for us to carry out these projects. The movie making production, this is another area too. I would have to work with our agricultural department and then also with the Department of Natural Resources, who oversees this particular unit. But as far as the economic side of it, you are correct. This is the project. So this is general services. As far as what they oversee with the film area, we would have to work with them moving forward on what we can do as far as collaborating our efforts. Before the pandemic hit the region, we were actually in discussions with the state of New Mexico's Economic Development Department. Secretary Alicia Keys was connected us with her film industry agent, who was exactly what you just brought up, Madam Chair, trying to identify resources on the Navajo Nation for film industries to come in. So I think, now that we've kind of started moving forward on a lot of our projects again, we need to add this back to the top of our projects that we have already been working on. The agricultural side that you did bring up as well, the opportunity for farmers, the projects for farmers, assisting farmers as well. The economic side to that, as far as agroeconomics, that is correct. That again can be vetted through what we can work on moving forward from here. But as far as the administer and then also identifications from our agricultural department, I'll need to work with Division of Natural Resources to do that. So thank you for those questions and feedback very much, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Good morning, everyone. Again, thank you for all listening in today at Naabik'iyati's Committee 24th Navajo Nation Council work session. Right now, we have questions and comments coming in from our colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Mr. J.T. Willie just finished up. Mr. Willie, you did indicate that you were wanted somebody to speak from your department to answer additional questions from Madam Charles, or answer questions to from Madam Chair Charles Newton. Who's the individual?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's Mr. Alvin Wanika. He's the acting department manager.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Mr. Wanika.
Good morning. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Alvin Wanika. I'm the acting department manager for Business Regulatory Department. I'd just like to address some of the comments made regarding the application process for the Opportunity Act. My staff and I sat down, and as Mr. Willie said, we're thinking of streamlining the application process. Some of the things we're trying to get rid of is some of the requirements, like the resume, organizational chart, a financial statement. Just get rid of those. We won't require those anymore. As well as a business plan. Maybe just a short, brief business description that will suffice. Those are some of the items we're looking at. I'm not quite sure if we can do those in-house or we need to go before committee members to get rid of those. We'll find out about that. And regarding the application process, I understand some people think it's lengthy, but there's two parts to this application process. There's our side, then there's the applicant themselves. Some of the requirements as a program that we have to go through is procurement clearances. There's about 4 offices that they have to go through in order to get cleared, to get registered with us. And one of the major ones is the tax commission. They have to be registered with the Navajo Nation Tax Commission in order to conduct business on the Navajo Nation. A lot of times we get the application, it's complete, but they just won't answer the questions regarding the tax commission. And we can't do anything until they register with the tax commission. That's one of the major hangups that we get. And a lot of times we don't certify them because they're not registered with the tax commission. That's one thing we need to sit down with the tax commission and ourselves, but that's one of the requirements. Other ones are like, the office of controller, if they have a business site lease, or they caught up with their rental payment. Another one is credit services. Do they have a personal loan that's in good standing or is delinquent? The other stop is the veterans. If they're a veteran, do they have an outstanding veteran loan? Is it current? Things like that we have to go through, and that takes about at least 2 weeks, at least 2 weeks turnaround. Now, this has been in place for about 2 or 3 years, and we gotten it down where we can get it out in 2 weeks. But like I said, sometimes people don't address those issues. We let them know as soon as we find out if they're delinquent or they're not in good standing somewhere. We'll inform them right when we get the word. Our secretary will give them a call and tell them this is going on. You need to get this corrected. But sometimes we get it wrong. The phone number don't work. There's no response to the emails. That's what lengthens the process here. Like I said, it's the other half, the applicants, their responsibility to take care of these issues first before we can certify them. If you have any questions, you can contact me at my email. It's ahwinika@navajo-nsn.gov. My direct line is 871-7362. That's my presentation for now. If you have any questions, I'm open for it. Thank you. Speaker.
Thank you for that information. Okay, Elmer Brigay, I'll add you to the listing. Thank you for the comments. This is a rundown. I do have Honorable Brown, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, then Honorable Elmer Brigay. Let me move on down. Honorable Nate Brown.
Speaker. Mr. Willie, thank you for your presentation here. My first question is, I'm looking at your proposal on page 5. Out of all the projects, I was wondering if you got agreement with DOJ or the attorneys here, the council's attorneys, and see where these projects fall as far as the federal guidelines, if they fall in place. And I'm looking at some of these projects, and I'm wondering why some of these projects seem to, the amount of money they might be receiving or how much it's going to cost has increased from a year ago. How are these formulas created? And one of the other things I'm looking at here on this list is the Rhino Company. Is that a Navajo-owned company? My understanding, number 7, Rhino Health Glove Manufacturing for $5 million. And is that how much is proposed to be given to them? I'm skimming this really quick with all the other documents that are sent to us here. And the other thing is, from what I see on the list, I know that in our area, in Weston, we have been working diligently on a lot of these projects. So with that, we do have a lot of these are shovel ready. We do have the land. Everything is ready. We do have the plan. And I want to specifically talk to my colleague and to Cecilia is like with Chimbito, we do still have a lot of people quarantined. We're trying to deliver as much food as possible, and we just simply don't have enough food, even though we have like a team of 6 different organizations trying to give all the funds, give the necessary supplies because of the burn rate for face masks, gloves, hand sanitizers, even the lack of Lysol. The burn rate is pretty high. And with that, I think it would be ideal to have like a convenience store built there. If we're going to contain people in their areas, to their communities. I think we're all aware what happened with Chimbito, and there's not a, and even if they go to Camp Sebastian, people are like, oh, I know you're from that community. And that's the same for other community members. It's not just Chimbito. Last week, we did have a box last Thursday We had an organization here, and they told me, they're like, Delegate Brown, we actually weren't going to come to Danahoso because we were kind of nervous about coming here. So there's still this stigma, even with proper PPE, that the Nankin dogs did not, and they're like, we can't go there, even driving through there. We got to change our ventilation, make sure it's inside. So ridiculous things that I'm hearing. But anyways, I think that project, I want to specifically ask about that project. And the other thing is, if we can continue to talk about basic infrastructure. I know with economic development, we need water. Water is the biggest thing that council has, or one of the top priorities that we have identified everywhere throughout the whole Navajo Nation. Housing, including economic development. Finally, my final point would be to the artists' funding. I've talked to a number of people who sell their art, and actually people that basically employ a lot of other artists. One individual I talked to, she used to travel to all the national conferences and selling jewelry out there. And right now she was telling me that, of course, she's not making money, she's not going anywhere, she's staying home, and all of her artists that she's been supporting through buying their art, they have no income. And so those are the individuals and who also do not get any of their relief funding from because they did not file taxes, apparently. So how do we help these individuals or Navajo families who are really dependent on sustaining themselves through their art, through weaving, through making jewelry, and that's pretty much all they do, pottery. So right now they're without funding, and is 5,000 enough for them? Is that the limit that we're putting on our Navajo artists? So those are my questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. Colleagues, I have individuals who are in their vehicle. You can hear the road. You can please put your phones on mute. Individuals are making calls. And we have individuals who can hear your kids in the background. Can you please make sure you keep your phones on mute? Thank you. Out of consideration of your colleagues. With that, Honorable Brown, I know that there was numerous questions, so let me go back to Mr. Woolley on that.
Right. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Otto Shanai, Delegate Brown. As far as the evaluation of project,
this is Delegate Yellowhair.
as far as the review of the federal guidelines in line with the project with the attorneys, we have not done that just yet. The list, again, is part of the 2019 fall project that we're being finalized, and that would be one of the steps moving forward for us from here on out. Of course, that I had mentioned before, the very open-ended dialogue to where, there are probably other projects out there that we are not aware of and that we need to add to the list, and then also get recommendations of them moving forward. And as you already know, the ones that we have been vetting through with your agency and your chapters, they have been identified as shovel ready and were vetted out, particularly with local leadership moving forward. The increased projects, the cost expenditures, we did add a percentage on top of these, and then of course, that is a good point that you just brought up, is that we're a year later now. What is the price of these? What would the price be of these projects moving forward? And I think that's where we would come into the play of doing another reevaluation of what needs to happen moving forward once we decide on what projects will move forward. And of course, again, keeping this list separate from what we're looking at as far as the private sector, small industry. Of course, some of these projects, and that's what I can do too, is to identify, which of these projects are coming from a sole source entrepreneur from the private industry moving forward. The Rhino House project is a project of the Navajo Nation. It is administered through our project development department. Ms. Charlene Begay-Platero has been the forefront of this project, working with the Rhino House Company and the Navajo Nation to get administration of funds from the Navajo Nation to be vested in this company. And it is a company that is also registered with our BRD. And then also the current project is also submitted for RFP evaluation for the evaluation stage of the project. What we plan to do moving forward here is, of course, the expansion of the project into the next phase. We were just at the beginning. We are behind on our timeline just due to the different obstacles that we had to go through. And of course, we're very thankful for the additional administration of funds that were used into the project here. But we had to make sure, and that this was by authority of BNS, is that the division and the project development office would administer and oversee the allocation of the funds in the project here moving forward. So the team is currently doing that. They're still in the process of finalizing some plans here moving forward with the hiring of the architect that will help in the next phase here for us. As far as the Western Agency projects, again, we are also we can work hand in hand on those new identified resources needed for your region as far as Chichimbato, Denahotso. We got the 1C store up now, but as we're seeing here, I'm more than likely guaranteed that their revenue sales projections have increased tremendously because of the limitation of travel here. And so what we need to do here moving forward is continue to work hand in hand to get these essential services and businesses brought up within our rural areas of Navajo. And you brought up a great point here as far as infrastructure. The infrastructure here, again, is needed in order to do development growth. But with that comes a lot of our master planning so that you just don't have the line for infrastructure for water or for electricity just sole source to the business. You also have it being able to have capacity necessities for home development, for hospital development, medical. And so all of those things tie in together for us moving forward. And in working with different subcommittees, we have seen a lot of master planning at the grassroots level in order to increase the essential or needed services of businesses, both vital to keep, to bring resources to our Navajo constituencies, and then also, again, to provide an avenue base for anchor tenants to come in, to bring bigger businesses to Navajo, but again, to support and bring in a lot of our smaller entrepreneurial-based businesses here that's necessary. A great example of that are the C-stores that are created. They have an anchor tenant that was brought in, which is mostly the gas station. But in line with that, there's additional space to bring in single entrepreneur sold businesses in to also set up shop at the same time. We kind of see the same model being reflected here moving forward. The artisans, that is on the second page for the relief fund for our Navajo artisans. As you have mentioned, Shania, and everybody else knows, the Navajo artist is the grassroots of the Navajo economy. It is what, brought forth a lot of who we are by the jewelry that we make, the paintings that we draw, the potteries that we create. And so in this particular document here, it outlines the foundation of how to administer this fund for them moving forward because of the lack of shows and resources. And of course, as we have seen, a lot of the conferences, a lot of the travel shows, the museum shows, and even down to the park, even to the border town with the closure of the restaurants, artisans can't sell their talent out there because there's no place to do it. It's a very unfortunate situation, especially for those that rely, on this to be their bread and butter, to bring food home to their family and to sustain their livelihood. It's what we were growing up with. And a lot of us have been very fortunate to have that to sustain our lives. So therefore, the Artist Relief Fund sits very high on my priority list because, being an artist myself, I know the hardships and I know the importance of what your work can bring you as an artist. And so I feel for them very much. It's because we closed the park. And so because the park's closed, those individuals that sold their jewelry at the park don't have that channel to provide for their families. And this hit really hard for me because, as I said, I'm an artist myself, and I see what my fellow artists are going through, and so I think granting this particular reward for them to make up for that loss will fit very well in a lot of hearts and provide the necessary means for them moving forward. This particular area doesn't ask for much as far as when it comes to taxation submissions, document submissions. I think the greatest thing it asks us for from them is for the artists to be able to demonstrate and sustain a commitment to their work and to their audience, to their careers, and carry on the talent and the tradition of what they have been gifted with from the holy people. And so that concludes my responses to you, Janai.
Thank you for that, Mr. Willie. Let me go ahead and move.
Allen.
Hey, I'll add you onto the list, Honorable Keon. Yeah, moving on down.
Okay.
Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Willie, for your report. Your plan. And all I want to indicate is that the economic hubs on the Navajo Nation. It's something that we need to look at. Your office needs to look at. How can you enhance and better the economy of these economic hubs? Because these economic hubs are your resources is from bringing in revenues, tax dollars to the nation. And I really hope that you do concentrate on those economic hubs on the Navajo Nation. And within Western Agency, when I talk about economic hubs, so I include the community of Loop, Cameron, Yuba City, Chi, and the small community Gap, and Tonalea, Capitol. And it's really sad to see that there's only one. There's no other projects that's listed on that list relating to the economic hubs on the western portion of the Navajo Nation, Naabik'iyati. Shanto's getting there, but when I say economic hubs, you have jobs there, such as schools, you have health care, so forth, and those things go hand in hand. I really would like to see more listings of Western Agency hubs on your listing there that you have of 24, and you have one that's listed for the advanced trading post in the economic development site there down in Curly Valley. I believe that's a whole floodplain. And none that they had this year. You really need to get these things to be re-vetted on those proposals that you have in Western. But those economic hubs that I talked about in Western Agency really need to focus in those areas. And I really thank you for adding on the Navajo artisans to be part of the artisan economic relief fund. And it is something. I grew up in that. If I were to change my life again, I wouldn't change it. I knew what no money meant. That I wasn't fed by the Navajo silver spoon. Yeah. Matan sa isang Idaho Utah so I understand it. I sat at flea markets all day. At times, these people out there, these artisans, don't make the booth fee money that they pay in for that day. Of course, they don't understand that. And then I'm glad you have passion for it. My grandmother used to make pottery. She sold off the reservation. She understood why taxes needed to be paid. The state of Arizona, or whether it's in Colorado, she was telling, or in Washington, they would educate her on the on why these taxes have to be paid. But when she came home, we had the Economic Development Office, and no education is provided to the local artisan relating to that issue. This thing, if education was done on the day, if our artisans were educated, were told you have to apply for this and deepening up. That no, when this relief fund came up for the PPP, they would have qualified. And we really need economic development to start reaching out to these Navajo artisans so that they could apply and be part and be registered with the Business Regulatory Office, and then the tax commission office. The other is that I don't think no one's talking about also is our ranchers. Our ranchers that actually grow stock and haul them to the auction. Right now, you go to the nearest auction and they're buying cattle probably at a lower rate right now due to the economy. Even though beef is high, you go to the store. I just saw a T-bone steak for $26. A T-bone steak, individual. And even though the price of beef is high right now, but the stockyards over there are not buying are not buying up as a demand because the meat factories are shutting down, and it's affecting our beef producers on Navajo. And really hope that you do have them in mind, our ranchers out there. And the way you know that these ranchers grow cattle, sheep, or horses for as economic development is they have a receipt from the nearest auction block that they sell their cattle. Not just to raise there's a difference to raise cattle, sheep, and horses for pleasure and for want. But there's a difference if a family is raising cattle for economic development, for their livelihood. I really hope that you guys are considering our Navajo ranchers out there across the Navajo Nation. For instance, the ranch up in Naabik'iyati, those ranchers there produce cattle, Black Angus cattle, and every year they sell cattle to the bat. And the bat this year, I'm afraid, might be buying the cattle at a lower cost because of the demand. The demand is not there, but the meat factories out there are shutting down. If you guys can look into to our Navajo ranchers out there, whether they're ranching on Big Navajo or up on Naabik'iyati, or they're ranching out in Eastern Navajo. I understand the Navajo artisans, And I really, really hope that you do help them. But I will reach out to you by email to talk to you relating to a few more other projects in Western that I think is feasible. One last thing to cap it off is that I serve as the chairman for the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. We have a building in Naabik'iyati, and it used to be the old Red Barn site. And we do have that in control of the commission. If we could look at some sort of manufacturing plant for a to make medical masks and bodysuits for utilizing maybe one of our tribal enterprises. That is Section 17. So that if we utilize our tribal enterprise as a tool, we could sell these medical masks to local Indian health services using our Section 17 abilities, and the government would have to buy from it. Like you have all the hospitals on Navajo, you have the IHS hospitals surrounding the Navajo Nation. We could be supplying them just how Rhino is producing rubber gloves and sending them out to the market. I would like to have that conversation with you. Yeah.
Pat, thank you, Honorable Otto. So, let me, Mr. Willie, let me go on to one more individual, then I'll come back to you. Let me go, or did you want to answer that right now, Mr. Willie?
Mr. Speaker, you can go on. Then I'll combine the responses.
Okay, let me go ahead and go on to Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Hey, Speaker. Put me on too. This is Delegate Yellowhair. Go, thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, hold on, let me. Honorable Yellowhair, this is the lineup. I have Vice Chair Walker, then Honorable Elmer Brigade, then Honorable Yellowhair, then Honorable Slater, then Honorable Keelan Brigade. That's the lineup.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Walker. Sorry.
Okay. Speaker, colleagues that are on the line and everyone else that's also on the call, good morning to each and every one of you. I hope you're all doing well. JT Willie, yate. Tuyaja. Ishani Laslin. Ata Hashin Tashibana as Mr. Not on the city in that echo. Not a echo. Payat Ileso Naabik'iyati. Arabahna Edicto. The Afsha Neniki for critics. I don't know. Nahata Idle. Nations indeed. Comment I want to make and maybe some questions. Not a whole lot of questions, and I'll be brief here. See that the vendors that you're seeing, as far as our the vendors that do their business informally, they may not be registered, they may not have the license, they may not have a business card, or they may not even have a space or facility that they're renting, leasing those vendors. So they're out in West Agency, especially the communities of Cameron, Loop, that area, Waterway Gap. There are such vendors. There are people, and they help us sustain an economy that's pretty important and pretty vibrant, especially now during tourist season. All the other businesses that are there, gas stations, restaurants, hotels, retail stores, they all are there. But I think the draw is probably our vendors, plus the nearby parks and national parks and monuments. So they're significant part of this local economy, even though they're informal. Several weeks did have a discussion on vendors with the Navajo Nation's Park and Recreation, the program manager there, Mr. Martin Begay. He might be on the call. I hope so, because we discussed how to assist the event. As you know, the Navajo Nation Parks and Recreation, they have these parks, tribal Monument Valley and Cameron, just to name a few. So the park does accommodate some of the vendors with space. So these spaces where there's makeshift houses or structures or just even tables out there where vendors can set up each day. This has been going on for years. So, my question, my request to Mr. Begay of Navajo Nation's Park and Recreation was to start assisting the vendors. This was weeks ago by sort of making it known that you accommodate them. They're part of your Parks and Recreation program, and that you accommodate them. You receive daily fees from them, so you should be able to vouch for them in case they're asked to justify their legitimate businesses, their ongoing businesses. So for the purpose of filing maybe unemployment benefits of Arizona or any state actually, though of course for possibly applying for support and assistance, financial assistance using the CARES Act. So I would ask you to follow up with Mr. Begay, that he has a big role in this discussion here. The Arts and Recreation Management Areas. So he's in a position to vouch or provide documentation that these vendors do business in their managed areas. I thought it's pretty important to highlight and bring up, because that can take care of a lot of documentation, justifications if it comes down to that. And vendors, some pay taxes, and of course some don't, depending on how much sales they make each year. And then some are seasonal, some are year-round. But Mr. Begay will know. I think Habakaz doing the Nebanda in the Pahobanda in the Higinde. Of course, the state of Arizona, the Arizona Department of Transportation also could have a role in coming up with ways to write documentation that these vendors sell their artwork within the right-of-ways, the highways. And no doubt I will follow up with Begay again. I think this is the time to step up and really help our vendors in this way, stepping in as a nation. Say these are our vendors. Yes, they may not have business cards or phone numbers, but they have a place here on Navajo. They're part of our economy. They're contributing members to our society. They take care of their own livelihood. raise their children doing this, sending their children through school, paying for the vehicle, ETI, yes, not in the eyes of the westernized concept of business establishment. But speaker.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Mr. Willie, let me go ahead and go back to you. Those comments. Any questions?
Mr. Speaker, Chair Delegate Walker, Delegate. So, as far as the economic hub that you brought up, that is something that we do have. I can provide that when I do modifications to this document, also to submit some more vital information for us to help make decisions moving forward with the economic growth zones that have been identified through the Navajo Nation, and then also different contributing factors, the evaluation of other resources for infrastructure development, such as schools, healthcare systems, other vital things to attract businesses, to ensure that we make environments that are healthy enough to want to attract business and keep people to the Navajo Nation, and bring people to the Navajo Nation, and to sustain our economy of our own Navajo people here throughout the Navajo Nation. And the ranchers cattle discussion will be part of the modifications that we will work on moving forward. What I'll do moving forward now that I have guidance is to work with Department of Agriculture, and then also with Dr. Shabala's group on how we can modify inclusion so that we can add these recommendations to the list. And Delegate Stowe brought up a great point about our enterprises to help sustain and to be part of the essential document here moving forward. The enterprises are also, eligible for a lot of these funds outside of what has been allotted to the nation already. And I think what we can work on here collectively is to ensure that, the productivity and the resource necessary to sustain our small businesses in the private sector is that they're resourced. And this doesn't go to say that they already don't, but to add that inclusion and policy management when we do designation of funds, that, the Navajo entrepreneurs and Navajo small business owners are on the first of the list to help sustain, because that's what a stimulus package does. It sustains the local economy, and our Navajo economy is what we're targeting here as far as our demographic, and working and moving forward collectively and necessarily enough. The Nahabk'iyati infrastructure building that you mentioned there can also be added to a discussion here moving forward for possible development of a medical PPE location here. And Suche, Delegate Walker, the vendor list, as I had mentioned here, is what I have identified, and I'll also reach out to Mr. Begay and follow up with him on how we can clarify and modify what we can work on collectively of these different artisans throughout the Navajo Nation. The application process is ready to go, and I think all I need now is just the support and the designation to work hand in hand with all of these different partners here to help our vendors, and also to help the specialized area that we really don't need to have much regulation on. But also, again, the vital point of the Navajo economy is the artisans at all levels, from the local artists to the high-end artists that travels to shows to sustain their living, and the local artists here that sit at the flea market, at the local the parks throughout Navajo. And now that we've closed the park, it has closed the channel to bring that vibrant revenue source for them. So I will reach out to Mr. Begay and then see how we can work hand in hand on the application process here moving forward. Mr. Speaker, that concludes my responses.
Thank you for those comments. Mr. Willie. Moving on down, I do have, this is the lineup. Honorable Elmer Begay, then Honorable Yellow Hair, then Honorable Slater, Honorable Keelan Begay, and then Chairman Hino. That, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. Yate Shewe around the brother too. The JT Willie, and then your staff there. Yate. My question goes to I think the main point that I wanted to make this day is that the reason why that we want, or let me put it this way, we believe that JT Willie and your staff there, we believe that you've been selected to help the people, and as far with the Navajo Nation Council and the position that we took, it was simple logic that you have the passion to help the Navajo people, Navajo business owners. Since you're one of the people from there, being self-employed, so with this how we took the position that you can be there for these people. So for these people that are from the sheep herders all the way to being a rancher, farmers, and then also the people that has technical assistance that they have, and then up to the professional surveys and attorneys. In Naabik'iyati, we need to know yet, this but last year we made that confirmation that we look up to you, that you're there for them. So my reason here is that today, what I don't like to see and what Navajo business owners, what they've been had issues with them is that every time there's funding that's available to come to the Navajo Nation, they try to put their resume and all those applications to be part of that funding that is available for the Navajo Nation to work. It's always the outside people, general contractors, people that are always the outside people with more look on the side. They do take those monies that are given to the Navajo Nation. So that's one thing that I wanted to say. This is that we don't want that to happen to this funding again. Also, how can we streamline that? This money became available because of that. This is our own, that there are people that suffered too. But even today, right now, that yesterday evening, that we had a World War II veteran, Purple Heart. He passed on with his COVID-19 during on Memorial Day. So things that people are sad, but we can't go over there because all the people there are the family or quarantine. It's going hard to help them, but we've been doing what we can to help them today. So with all the veterans that are here, that they're trying to help them how we could do that. So something like this is the cost of it. I would say that that fund has leaned. So with that reason, I think we'll have the Navajo people to have all that money that's given to us. That $600 million should be given to the Navajo business owners. It should be a preference, and then should be a priority to them. The one thing that they always come that be a hinder to them is that when it comes to insurance, they always say that you have to have more than two or more than $1 million worth of insurance that you have to have. Even this I've seen them. I've seen these people that are like tour guides to these places, and they have to have over $1 million worth of insurance, and people don't carry that. I don't know why we have that. You go see down to the Canyon de Chelly. You visit those people like Oscar Baya and those people that are from that. There's about 7 people that are the tour guides to that. They have problems with the Navajo Nation saying that I don't know why we have to have so much insurance on it. We're just tour guides, and no, this is what they have with the national. I guess when you're down there, you serve under the national parks service. But something like that, I think we need to, if we want to help these people, I think we need these young Navajo business owners to lower the insurance purpose. I think that's the one thing that we have to work into that. I think we need to look at that. I need Naabik'iyati to look at how these the guidelines and the way that they have. If you want to be a business owner, you have to carry so much insurance. I think that's what we need to work on it. So additionally, therefore, I think this money that we're going to have again, how can we do that? How can we make these people go to work with our own people? So I want that to make it known out here.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer BA. Let me go, Mr. Will, you good to go to one more individual and I can come back to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, with that, Honorable Yellow Hair, floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. Also, I'd like to say thank you to my colleagues this morning talking about business development in Navajo Nation. As I myself, that I also believe in business development, which is very important to the Navajo Nation. I noticed that we all know business development has been talking about years after years, back in Peterson, the chairman, Reba Clay, on up to Peter McDonald, Peterson's things that to me will not improve anything yet. I know we all knew at one time that when 2 years ago, when Joe Shirley, the former president, also Mr. President Naz, they're asked to how can you improve your business development when Peabody goes down and also at Page and GS is going to go down. They said they will depend on business development. I felt sorry for those 2 campaigners. I felt kind of sad. To me, they don't know about business development. The small businesses, if they don't know about this policy, the law that we have with the Navajo Nation, the small business development is not going to survive. We have this current law we have. I have a very concern on this business development for the Navajo people. We all know it comes from man. We don't have no more trading posts because the cost is too high, because it's the law that we have, business development. Oh no, this is JT Willie now, this killing so. The way on the BIA leases, there was on the BIA, they used to call the guaranteed minimum annual rental. Each time, $100 on the BIA, which means that they had to pay tax on that one. So much percentage they negotiated. Out of they called another one, these profits and loss. So they had to pay on profit. In the year, I think it was March. That was a BIA. It was really expensive. you had to pay continue with this GMAR and also P&L, they call profit and loss. You won't pay this the rest of your life while you have this business on Navajo Nation. Before you even pay for your employees, you had to pay this utility. A lot of Navajo business, they get broke here. They get out of business right here.
One rate together.
Honorable Yellow Hair, hold on real quick. Hold on, Honorable Yellow Hair. Colleagues, again, can you please mute your phones? We can hear you having discussions. Please remember to mute your phones. Go ahead, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Okay, yes. Business development is all by year. Every year, campaign comes on, new president comes in. We just talk about it. We not just BIA list by ST. Now, Mr. H.T. Woolley, what kind of like a Codonless innovated Italia? How many of them went to the Navajo Nation? Where has it been improved? In not just kid. I think this is a real business we talk about business development. The hotel has no question in litigation and only. I think no hot got on the Queen is been a hot national only. When Navajo Nation increases your view excise tax area. The ship could look at Navajo Nation compared to Gallup. We pay more than 20%, 20 cents more in tax. This is why Navajo people go out together to buy gas. They're smart. They're not dumb. They save money. First of all, they like to go together. We need to catch up with it. They have pawn shops there too. Is it all Hayuna Yabish and George? I don't 28. I keep the as these go to Hasnan Judge. I could tell you about this case. You're going in on business development, Yankee. I could tell you about this. And so I could get 2 items. BIA leases that are named innovative Italia to the Navajo Nation. Are we improving? Even now, this is not on. Oh, you're in the consonant on all you can. The history I think we need to improve. I could tell the host to go. So thank you very much, Speaker. Those are not on. Dr. J.T. Woolley. I could tell you that these need business development. You could ego. Data dollars. Canada is improved. But about this, I know we have problems a lot with COVID-19 now. But it's interference. It's terrible things going on with us now. And it's around the world, all over the places like that, COVID-19 is really interference with business development. I'm afraid also of bringing this permanent funds in New York. We're going to bring this money back to a custodian bank county somewhere in Chase Bank. This is my thinking too. Don't tell you I need to cost this issue and I don't want that enough. Thank you very much. Once ago, Speaker. Yeah.
Honorable Yellow Hair, thank you very much. Let me go back to Mr. J.T. Willie.
Speaker, can you mind quickly yelling?
Mr. I have the lineup after Mr. Willie is Carl Slater, then you, Honorable Naabik'iyati. Are you going to get cut off or?
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Willie, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Shanai, Delegate Elmer Begay, Delegate Yellow Hair. the Opportunity Fund here, as mentioned, and what I put in the policy amendments that were part of the packet that was submitted, that I have outlined in page 7, was the modifications to policies here to leverage for Navajo business owners and Navajo contractors. As I had stated before, the funding for stimulus needs to enhance and be procured to our Navajo contractors here on Navajo. And of course, the priority of business is to sustain these businesses here on contractors here on the Navajo Nation and off the Navajo Nation that are Navajo owned and operated. The insurance and bonding capability and the capacities of these businesses are another area of discussion that we need to work on as far as that involves that particular unit. I believe that's risk management and insurance department that oversee the evaluation of the insurance and bonding capacities here on the Navajo Nation. The Delegate Yellowhair brought up a great point with the BIA GMAR, the guaranteed annual revenue that's brought in from the different business site leases that are held here on the Navajo Nation. This guaranteed minimum annual rent is paid out to the Navajo Nation through those business site leases, whether they're Navajo Nation or whether they're BIA. And what I can get for you, Delegate Yellowhair, and to all of the honorable delegates here is the novation number that has happened throughout the time frame, which includes novation of business site leases from BIA to Navajo Nation, and then again those that are currently within the Navajo Nation's jurisdiction. And what I included in the packet shows the annual GMAR and the business site leases to the Navajo Nation of collected annual fees. These leverage from about $4 million, and also for the particular time frame, we have about a monthly average of $334,000, and so therefore the estimated loss, if we do a deferment, because what we've been doing is send out notice to a lot of our business site lessees, is that if they request for a deferment of payment or even possibly a waiver, then therefore the loss of revenue coming in on that side is about $3.3 million. And then so what I do need to get from BIA is those annuities that are also paid to them from the business site leases that sit under their jurisdiction. And then again, the novation process to bring some of these business site leases over to the Navajo Nation and do an analysis for the percentage of profit and loss from these annuities on that side. The other part that was brought up was the taxation. That's another vital information that should be included in these discussions. I haven't had a conversation directly with Mr. Martin Ashley or Tax Commission yet, as far as the expenditure outside of only what DED oversees is the hotel occupancy tax business unit that we have, and then of course the percentage of sales tax that comes to DED for economic development projects, which is 0.5% of half of 1% that comes for economic development. Mr. Speaker, that concludes my feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Let me move on down then to Honorable Carl Slater, and then Keon Begay. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Willie. Appreciate your time. I want to echo some of the statements that were made by Delegates Brown and Crotty. I think that this document really should be organized from addressing the COVID-19 impacts of the nation with an emphasis on the public health impacts and how they're interconnected with the infrastructure of the Navajo Nation and the economy of the Navajo Nation. And those direct links are not really fleshed out. I think things that might be intuitive to you or I are in there, or business owners, okay, they would need relief here, there's an idea to put a fund there or develop some project. But if you're an external entity and you're looking at the Navajo Nation, and, I think any document that we produce really should, especially if it's public in any nature, should be written with the expectation that someone has no idea what you're talking about, and therefore you need to over communicate but be clear. And so that is definitely missing from this document in my analysis. I think that in terms of that level of production, there's also a lot of just spelling errors and weird sentences. Parts of it have budget somewhat identified. That's really just the business fund portion. And then other parts seem pretty lacking in terms of how to justify these numbers. And if this was produced on May 20th, I just feel like we've known about the funding coming to the nation for quite some time now. And there's been enough time to develop something that has more budget. If you're proud of this document, then show it and flesh out those ideas. Like, we're here to give you that feedback and help it out. But I would like to see a little bit higher level, because I know that you and your division are very capable of that, knowing you and your staff. So just because it's COVID, we're not going to let people off the hook. In terms of the projects that are on that listing, that same point, like, how are they tied back to the public health response to the emergency? Fort Courage, no offense to that project, don't see how it's connected. A lot of these other ones, the NACE commercial site, that could potentially be tied into something, but there's no explanation on how these are going to help the nation respond to the coronavirus pandemic. And maybe there are really tight justifications for each one of these facilities, but I'm not 100% sure. And I just want to publicly express right now that I'm very skeptical of appropriating any money to support the military industrial complex. And number 18 on there is the Raytheon manufacturing floor expansion. That's money that's used. We basically have every missile or projectile that's coming out of Raytheon. I think it's 7 out of their top 11 are used to bomb poor brown people across the world. That if you imagine Navajos in a similar situation in another country, we could easily be on the short end of the stick there, including war crimes committed by our own country overseas. So I don't see how that ties back to the coronavirus pandemic, trying to kill more people in Yemen. Moving on, I think something that's important for analyzing where relief should go is an understanding of how many businesses were assisted by the division under the federal programs, CARES Act or otherwise. And there are also, I know, were state stabilization programs. And I think if that data can be provided, then it will help us understand what amount of money needs to go to maybe each of those tiers of businesses. In one section, it says 10 to 30,000. And then for the mid-tier businesses, it says 40,000 for these advances, and then higher tier is 60,000. Having an understanding of what that could do for a business and how those numbers were put together, I think is really important. Otherwise, it's just kind of like a cash transfer giveaway, and the people who will benefit are the business owners who already have capital. It's not going to be the everyday citizen or the person who has to make that longer trip to the grocery store, et cetera. So, if these projects that are on there are more tightly aligned with food security of the nation, with the public health of the nation, I think it'd be pretty easy to identify them. But as we heard on Friday, there is a pretty candid discussion on what can feasibly be accomplished within these, I can't remember how many days now, but I used to have a little ticker, but by December 30th. I know a bunch of these projects on here are not shovel ready. And even if they were shovel ready, they are, in many cases, very complicated to construct. And in that case, they just realistically couldn't be constructed by December 30th. So, I I really think that there should be a little bit higher level of assessment and analysis, and like these economic projects, if they're just copy and pasted and put it on there, then there wasn't a lot of thought into how they're going to help the nation respond. And I think we should be investing in infrastructure that will be durable over the long term. And I know that you are very committed to that idea. So to that end, have you considered or reached out to anyone to think about alternative forms of economic development or creating assets, within our communities that are community owned? So community owned infrastructure, local stores, trading posts, butchers, things of that nature, slaughterhouses. These are the things that, based off of our informal economy here, could easily plug in. And in the near term, those sites could be used as food distribution, hay distribution, almost the government-run trading post for the response and all of the donations you're collecting and appropriations and resources you're getting out there. That's what I would like to see. In Rough Rock and Round Rock, we don't have stores. One of them was burned down, and because the president said he was going to veto any funding legislation until there was a 5-year plan put in place, I was trying to be respectful of that and not submit anything for consideration. But it's right on 191 and N12, and a very important point for distribution. But this community and Rough Rock are completely cut off from gas and local and other essential supplies that are in short order right now. And the Navajo Nation government could step in and help get a sort of trading post set up that in the long term could be owned maybe by a community development corporation, or the chapter itself becomes certified and maybe we reform the code. I think this is the time to be thinking about these alternative forms. We've seen how the current system fails our nation and how we're not considered, and everything is driven by profit and greed ultimately. It's not about having adequate resources for your people to prosper according to their own definitions. So that's something I'm asking for. And then also within the alternative forms, agriculture projects that support our food security. That's directly tied back to COVID-19. And as is highlighted, I don't really see any agricultural projects in there. And I think it's important for your shop to coordinate with DNR on a whole myriad of issues, especially our parks. But when it comes to ag, fleshing out what we can do on the wide-scale NAPI side and then the local community side, all across the nation, I know agricultural infrastructure projects had been submitted to DNR for consideration. We have one over in Saley. I think it's a little over $100,000 that is shovel ready. A local organization could perform the work. It will help get water to fields that don't have fields presently, and hopefully will increase the capacity so we can get more people in there. When you think about the potential appropriations in these expenditure plans, I think we always need to think about what is the public benefit, and that ties in, or would stem from the COVID-19 response. But how do we get a little more bang for our buck according to our goals and values? So an example is your Navajo Artist Relief Fund. Thanks for watching the live stream, by the way. I was kidding. But I think that the requirement could be there for whoever the artisan is. Maybe they're a painter, and we, as a nation, would give them a certain amount of money and say that here's an expectation, we either need a certain number of pieces or a certain percentage, or we would instead of it being a grant, it would be like buying. The nation would be purchasing these assets. But if you set aside a percentage that, say, could then go into beautifying public spaces in Window Rock, in our office buildings across the nation, that's something where it's not just money going out the door, it's money that's going out the door and kind of, I think, strengthening the bonds between the mother government and its artisans. I don't know exactly how that would work right now, but I think that does need to be a requirement. If the idea is to perpetuate the craft, then there has to be maybe something tying into training. If we say, okay, silversmiths, you're going to get X amount of dollars. The expectation is you put 50 hours of training into someone within your community or an apprentice you haven't taken on thus far. And of course, that assurance would be for when COVID is over. We're not trying to force anyone to get into any sort of unsafe environment right now. But I think if we can think a little bit more broadly about how to strengthen those bonds, intergenerational knowledge transfer, that's I think thinking from our values, our Navajo values. And I see them in the document, but I'd like them really to be fleshed out some more. For the bonding and the insurance and all of that, I think there are a lot of ways to be creative and work around it. I'm just not sure that we could actually get something done between now and December 30th. I don't see why the Navajo Nation isn't in the insurance game. Like, why don't we have a pool for our small businesses? We have God knows how many enterprises, and any one of them we could direct to create something like that, where people can buy in. That's something that I think legally would take a lot of time, and in terms of getting other things out the door first, we're going to have to go and put that to the side. But I'd like you to know that that's a very important concern for my constituents, myself. And then and another near-term thinking in terms of the response, I think economic development should consider, I don't know exactly where you are within the Unified Command Group, but there's a need for food. There's a model out there with World Central Kitchen, other organizations across the nation where they are having local restaurants or, caterers produce meals for those on the front line, those who are needy, et cetera. And I think that, DED could compose something like that. You guys get together and you find these mutton shacks, you find the small caterers, you coordinate with the Unified Command Group, and you look into doing community feeds. This is something that I think definitely should be eligible under the $600 million. We have such a food security issue here. There's a lot of different ways to maybe partner with that organization, and I know that they're already communicating with the government, but or just to do something completely independent. But we need more higher quality food in our communities. There's a lot of ways of distributing it, and maybe it could tie back into the chapter, or the trading post idea. That's a place where food could be prepared for distribution at a local level, and you have the government purchasing it to get those dollars flowing locally. And then, of course, there'd be taxes that are paid on that. In the document, I don't see anything about trying to capture a tax revenue. And I know that, as I stated, the focus should be the public health response, but, I can't remember what it is. Well, let's see here, $600 million, 6%. So 60 million or something? I don't know. Somewhere in there is what the nation could be capturing if all of this is funneled through and paid with Navajo Nation sales tax. And maybe you don't want to be explicit in your document. That is a consideration. You could orally testify to us or explain what that thought is. And then the last thing I want to bring up is PPE. I see in the presentation that you have a proposal for helping to outfit small businesses. I think it's the same dollar figure as the chamber has proposed. I don't know if that's in conflict or harmony with what their idea is. But when it comes to something like that, or really any of these projects, what activities are best performed by your division, and what's better to get out into the non-governmental organization or private sector? To be blunt, we just know there's a huge capacity issue on Navajo, whether it's literally having people in positions to do jobs, or if it's people not knowing how to do their jobs. And on the HES committee, we've run up against many obstacles in several divisions where even though you have someone who's nominally in a position, the entities that they're working with, the outside folks, shelters, for example, are not getting the support that they need. And to a certain extent, it's like, how much of this process should we just remove directly from the government? Because it seems to be inhibiting growth. And I know with economic development, there's similar thinking there. I generally am skeptical of this sort of government-led economic development if the assets are going to be transferred to private ownership. And I really want my colleagues to consider that is how much do we want to push for in private ownership and profit as opposed to durable community-owned assets that even though every idea is not fully fleshed out right now and how to imagine and envision that future, what can we do to collectively imagine that, prosperous future for our people? So, yeah, Mr. Willie, thank you for your time, and thank you for all the work that you and your division are putting in right now. I know that you guys toil away in darkness and don't receive a lot of credit, and that goes for a lot of our Navajo Nation employees. So, yeah.
Let me go to Mr. Willie. If you hold on real quick, let me go to Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, I'd like to speak to Vice Chair Smith afterwards.
All right, John, to the list, Vice Chair Smith. Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, regarding the report by the Economic Development, looking at the list, it seems we're just more accommodating people that want to visit the Navajo Nation. And then later, and we're going to spend 140 plus million for these development hotels at the Bacado Park, at the Baca. According to the original, the Navajo people, and I like to advocate for that, Mr. Willie. Can you set aside a certain amount of funding for agricultural development across the Navajo Nation? I mean, every day food are being distributed to family. But yet, what we're trying to do and redevelop is have our own agricultural activity on the Navajo Nation. Water development, land development, irrigation development. I like to plead to my colleague and speaker. And this is where it comes in. I mean, there's a whole lot of our Navajo people will be left out, but yet we're just going to be accommodating non-Navajo coming onto the Navajo Nation. Yes, there'll be work available, but just only few Navajo people will be working. So, I'd like to ask Mr. Willie to go back and also make a recommendation to redevelop a plan to allocate. I would say more than 20 to 30 million across the Navajo Nation. 3 areas: agricultural, irrigation, shiprock, daily wheat fields, and mini farms. And NAPI is what we're trying to ask them to expand their service out. And then we got this crop insurance that's just sitting there as well. But yet, based on liniki bit the hoye, liniki bit the hoye in lego. Why isn't that we don't get the point? We don't get the justification as that we need to allocate some funding to our Navajo people we always say the Hogan level, the grassroots. How can we get them have this funding be benefited at that level? So I will stand firm and talk to the president, to the speaker, to the council to say that we've got to refocus and develop our land. Yes, economic development is okay, even though we're saying that it's going to be tax revenue. But again, that's just only the government itself. But yes, providing service, as you know, is limited. Housing is still in need of a team that but Speaker, I don't know how we're going to make a request that this particular list be revised and specifically targeted equally across the agency level, because I believe it says Crown Point have 2 million for certain things, and then in Eastern Juco, which is okay. I don't have a problem with that. But again, farming, agricultural, ranching, that should be even more than half of what we want to allocate for Navajo people. So, Shananta, Nosteniki, A, Shistazino, Kodo, Dikat Economic Development, Niniki, Bahasito, so more funding directly land development in terms of agricultural, certain type of production that we want to set aside some funding for. Then the other one, is telecommunication. Those are some areas that I really need to have the Navajo Nation focus on as well. I mean, if you're talking about economic development and all this stuff, I mean, you got to have telecommunication infrastructure on the Navajo Nation in order to properly make a plan for economic development on the Navajo Nation. So that's my request to Mr. Willie, to the Speaker, to the Council, and yes, I'll write a letter directly back to the President to say, or whoever is really making these decisions of the listing. I don't know, all these emails, all these memos, and everything else that I've been talking about at the committee level, this seems like it's not getting anywhere, it's not going anywhere. I don't know if people doesn't understand what I'm saying. Just because that I talk in Navajo, people just brush that aside and not really take me seriously. So again, I'm here on behalf of the Navajo people directly that would want to have some agricultural activity within their community. Lego Department of Agriculture across the United States, they're getting billions and billions of dollars helping the produce growers, the crop growers. That you face up the akon heetan aton the asas cheatan nan diniki peso kaake at all yes to equipment sa papa shito ki peso ton the sapan pa banana sota. So kwaki ki is auto with shi banana sito. I sincerely respectfully request Mr. Willie to remodify the list and put several $1 million for agricultural and ranching and water development across the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Mr. Willie, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you for Mr. Slater and Honorable Keon Begay's
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Delegate Slater, Shania, Delegate Keon Begay. The document here that we have an initial submission is actually it's a working document. So therefore, this being the very rough draft of where we're coming at up to this point, will include all of the necessary feedback that was received from everybody up to this point. And again, expanding out into the necessary areas that these need to be redesignated for organized for COVID-19 public health impacts and responses for direct linked or direct direct improvement for the overall Navajo Nation. And I think Delegate Slater brought up a lot of really good points as far as, tightening up the analysis here that needs to be done to truly evaluate these projects so that the long-term effects of what we're seeing here is going to be forthcoming as far as beyond 2020. The expenditure, yes, is going to happen this year, but at the same time, we need to further implement reviews of this document so that you see the long-term effects of the return of investments when it comes to other means, when it comes to other things such as what we brought up with Navajo Nation sales tax, capture different outlets coming back to the Navajo Nation for procuring Navajo businesses and investment into Navajo businesses is throughout not only the Navajo Nation but off reservation, because we have a great deal of other businesses that sit outside of the Navajo Nation. And so therefore, we're trying to ensure that we can also just focus in on one demographic here. So what I'll do in modifications and feedback that I've received up to this point is to make all those necessary recommendations here with my team and use all of the points here as far as what we have as far as the COVID-19 response and moving forward. The other area that was brought up as far as Delegate Slater is the revitalization project as far as stabilization and relief. That's an exact great point that we'll also add into the document so that, the long-term effects here are more creative when it comes to craft training, to business development, to business mentorship, and then again at the same time creating these hub points for local needs when it comes to frontline responses. And the need again that was brought up, that's a really good point, Delegate Slater, as far as the need for food distribution points throughout the Navajo Nation, resourcing back to our Navajo entrepreneurs. I do want to highlight a certain point that we did. So Division of Economic Development took on a PPE project, and the PPE project was developed to respond to get masks out to different Navajo families throughout the Navajo Nation. And then the development of this project, the goal was to receive back and develop as many handmade face masks that were CDC compliant. And at the same time, we worked with one of our Navajo enterprises, the Navajo Nation Shopping Centers Incorporated. And what we did is we worked with them to do a call out to the public to receive handmade face masks. And then if you brought so many handmade masks and that followed the certain pattern that we distributed out, you would get a gift card to a business that we purchased gift card from. So Navajo Shopping Centers purchased gift cards from Bashes. And then so we decided to buy gift cards from a Navajo entrepreneur. And because we wanted to sustain the company, the Navajo business, but at the same time, get them some extra funds that they probably are in need of because their business was closed since March and they weren't able to operate. And so this would come into line with the education of need of providing your services 120%. Because what had happened in this case is the entrepreneur didn't know how to do gift cards, so we tried to, help them to develop gift cards. Then at the same time, it was the procurement process that we were faced with of how to allocate funds from our budget and do the RFP, and then request for payment RFP, and then from there, receive quote and go through the whole process. And I think by the time we accomplished this, it was about 4 weeks in. And by the time we were able to do a purchase, the individual didn't want to move forward because of certain fees that they would be facing when it came to getting the procurement process set up. And I think there will come a lot of education in line to our Navajo businesses that you have to invest money at some point in areas to get a return on your investment when it comes to your business here. And then also I'm sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback. I'm trying to overtalk. If you don't, I will also include my responses in the report as well. The other side again is, and I've always have said this, is that the governmental base is not going to be the forefront of economic development. It's really the private sector that sustains the economy, and you see that happening. That happens off reservation, but when it comes to here, it goes the opposite way around. And I think with the rebuilding of the economy, moving forward, readdressing funds and then re-identifying a lot of our outlets for services here, we're going to see a turn in how we sustain the private sector, and then also working hand in hand with our partners from Change Lab, from the Net Chamber, and everybody out here who also has an interest for the best mind of the Navajo Nation economy. The reevaluation of the document will also include those that were brought up by Delegate Key Allen Begay for the need for local development as far as the master planning development to be revised and targeted to each area, including those of farming, agricultural, ranching, all of those necessary areas that we've failed to identify here. And that will also involve our division to work with Division of Natural Resources to see what they have identified on their side and necessary needs for local development for agricultural agro businesses. And so what we can do on our side is to cross-collaborate our efforts with them to look at the economic factors here moving forward with my team that specializes in industrial development and project development, and then even those within our regional development offices that look to help provide technical support and essential services to those throughout the Navajo Nation. So we'll modify our working document here with the recommendations brought forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, for that, those comments and answering the questions of my colleagues. Let me go on down to our next individuals. This is my lineup that I do currently have as of right now. Let me check if I have anybody else. Nope. Moving on down. Honorable Chairman Nino.
Good morning. Yeah, Speaker Damon and colleagues, my son on the line listening, and JT Willie, thank you for providing us some updates. This is talking about economic development and how we could use some of this CARES money. And I'm thinking about Tojile and Tojile is although they're closer to Albuquerque, but many of the people feel that there needs to be some sort of development there that's nearby for them, so they don't have to drive all the way to Albuquerque, or even give some of their money to the Laguna businesses. And so with that, there was opportunity that came about, and that did legislation, and we passed it the last special session, which is using the permanent trust fund first year economic development and infrastructure development plan. And so we went through council right now, sitting on Niz's best signature. And I'm hoping I could get your support in urging President Niz to sign the legislation so the money would be readily available for
back and forth between the telephones. Sure. Oh, no. All right. No, it's okay.
Colleagues, Chairman So, I think I can hear you, and you're having discussion. Colleagues, can you make sure your phone's on mute, please, Ashana?
Yeah, make sure it's on mute. You might call the wrong name. With this, so that's on his desk. And I see the list there. I see Tojile convenience store, 3.1 million on there, number right behind before Raytheon. And so I'm wondering if this is a way that President Niz will say he's vetoing the legislation because it's going to be part of the CARES Act. But at the same time, I think we do need for the legislation to move forward. So that's needed there in Tojile. If the plans are similar to the store that's in Alamo. Alamo has a gas station store and then provision for a laundromat. And so with this water, that two things that Mr. Wood, if you would take note of. One is the Albuquerque Tojile water intertie. Water is badly needed in Tojile. Their wells have been going off and on for the past X number of years, since 2000. So they barely have one well operational. So this water infrastructure development, Albuquerque to Tojile intertie, is of critical importance right now. I believe once we get through this hurdle, of one land developer that is not really looking at giving us that right away, but once we get over the hurdle, I believe we'll get $8 to $10 million to complete the construction of the water line. And once that water line is hooked up to the community wells, I mean, that's fresh water for any type of development that will happen, more houses, businesses, even the laundromat. So that's number one. And I would say you would take note of that on the top of your list somewhere for the Albuquerque Tojai intertie. The other one is 857 with the Tojai. This is access from East Tojai, where the housing development is, to the main community, where the chapter house, the school, the clinic, and everything is. And right now, it's a really bumpy dirt road that needs to be graded every now and then for it to be passable. So that's one of the most important infrastructures to the water, the connectivity between the two communities within Tojai. And the main thing is for emergency access. If there's an emergency that's happening over at East Tojai, where the housing is situated, then the ambulance can easily get there, or people can have access to the community business area. So that's the other one. So the Albuquerque Tojai water interface connectivity connection. And then also the other one is the convenience store. So those are the three things that are at the top of my list for Tojai. And then, of course, with Raymond Alamo, the water, of course, drilling for new water is important in both communities. But I just want to bring that to your attention, Mr. Willie, and then we can have you advocate for those two communities, and especially the bill that we just passed. I'm sure that President Nez will be asking for your input on this, and I would have you support that legislation to be signed so we can move that money to be used right away. We're still wrangling with the CARES its distribution plan. I don't know how long this will take, but just thought I'd add that to your list, Mr. Willie Gala. Hey, to the Speaker David.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. Let me go on down to Vice Chair Smith. Then I'll come back to you, Mr. Moon.
Good morning, Speaker. Masaan. Hope you guys had a safe Memorial weekend. Remembrance of our warriors and families and loved ones and those that had passed on in their endeavors to keep the nation great. Thank you for the report on behalf of this, Nanda, JT Willie. My concerns and my question is, I don't know if anybody brought this up, economic development goes hand in hand with water, and we need water. That's number one. If we don't have water, then we don't have businesses. There's three elements to have a successful business. Got to have land, water, and power. Our former director used to always say that. Give credit to him. Arvin Trujillo, natural resources. Because if you don't have those three elements, then you don't have a way of economic development. So I'm hoping that club chapters, Navajo Nation is ensuring that we have land, water, and power to make that happen with the economic development. The economic development is needed, especially with the recent COVID-19. The other thing that I'd like to bring forth is we don't have pharmacy stores. Our folks have to travel. They have to go many miles to get to the clinic or to the hospital, border towns. We should have at least a Walgreens as an example.
or CVS, as an example, to provide that type of service. The reason why I'm saying that is not that the clinic has closed down. There's no pharmacy within that area or getting a prescription. And the prescriptions can be filled at these places. And there's a lot of tourists that come on Navajo Nation that could use those type of services as part of the COVID-19. Let's say that they discover a vaccine, they discover medication. That would be great to have a pharmacy within the Navajo Nation locally so that folks can get that medication or that type of services. So those are the things that I'm hoping that economic development is looking at with the IHS and BIA and working together. We're talking about the COVID-19. And that's one thing that I was sitting here thinking about, because we got to spend that money, and it's got to be within that CARES Act, and the federal government has put parameters around there, and we could justify at these areas. The other one too, Shananda, JT Willie, have you guys done an economic or a feasibility study across the whole Navajo Nation, including the satellite? What areas do we need to put businesses in? What areas is going to be flourishing? I know there's areas that have the high traffic, like 160, 191, 491, 371, just to name a few. The interstate, I-40, and down in the satellite areas too, where Chair Henyo represents. Has there been a comprehensive feasibility study on what can be developed related to the COVID-19? Because we're told to stay home. We have to travel, and we were experienced Gallup as a lockdown, and folks were like, well, where do we get our food? Where do we get our groceries? Fortunately, we have our own grocery stores, but that's not enough. We need more grocery stores throughout the whole Navajo Nation. We need big box offices. I see folks getting building materials, and there's always a line at either the local hardware store trying to get their supplies. We should have that for our folks to accommodate the additional family members, to build on, to add on. I'm sure there's tradesmen that are home and craftsmen that are home that can build these things and add on and put a shed up or put a house up or put something up for the means of accommodating their family. And I think maybe that contributes to the number of reasons why we're not flattening the curve, is because we're congregating into an overcrowding. So we need stores like that to provide lumber at a rate that's not inflated, so that we can build on and add on and construct, and we need things of that nature. So those are the three things that I wanted to address. And the other one too is down here in it was mentioned earlier that there's some lands that were purchased. We need to put economic development there so that they can provide jobs and have economic development, such as new land. They want to put in a culture center. I'd like to see that happen. I'd like to see Houck's development on Fort Courage. The property has already caught on fire, so there's already a depreciation. We need to move on that. And then also NHA was supposed to move in with Bluestone. That was supposed to go hand in hand. And down the corridor of I-40, Lupton needs a business site. Wide Ruins and Flagato, that area. And I'm sure the whole Navajo Nation, that's why I was talking about the feasibility study. The whole Navajo Nation needs economic development, small mom and pop shops. I know that the vice president was very big on that during the campaign. He goes, that's what America was built on. The small businesses, mom and pop shops, they were providing services. They were giving services out. Kind of an example of what was said earlier about trading posts. That was the hub. That was where people got their mail, they got their checks, they did business, they did trading, they did all kinds of things. It was like their pharmacy, it was like their doctor, it was like their barber shop practically, and it was a catch for all. And that they were thriving at the time. But once they went out of business and people started traveling, then we started to see that fade away. So these are the things that we need to capture, especially if we get a lockdown, where we can go to locally and purchase these supplies and these equipment. Speaker, I'd like to have that put into thought and move forward, and have the federal government understand our situation. Also, the dual taxation. That's the biggest thing that prevents any corporate offices coming in to run a business, that we could have these things on the Navajo Nation. So maybe we could look at that. How do we alleviate that? I know that we'd like to have our taxes, but the state wants to have their taxes too. So they're getting dual tax. That's why they're saying we don't want to move in there. So these are the things I want to present and say. Shanandath, thank you for letting me have that time, and I'll stop here. Yeah.
Mr. Willie, let me go back over to you.
Honorable Speaker Otto, Delegate Smith, for those points that you brought up. The what I'll do when we're doing the modifications to our submission here, and as well as including other needed areas, we'll include the comprehensive economic development strategy that was created under DED. We concluded a conversation with Heather Fleming and Jessica Stagel last week because we needed to get a finalized proposal for an economic study based off of the COVID-19 effects on Navajo. And everything that you spoke about just now, Shanandath, does relate to what we had asked to be put into this comprehensive study update. It includes such things as the evaluation of those exact three things of infrastructure, most importantly, land issues and land barriers that we face with all the different land statuses that we have on Navajo. Another area was the essential needs of club development for master planning, and including one key component that you just identified, which is pharmacy stores on the Navajo Nation. The other one is also the need for additional questions to be identified, which include the challenges of our people not shopping at home. You know, we have said many times and over that there's grocery stores here, but you'll also be defended that the prices here on Navajo cost more as compared to those at the border towns. But again, you evaluate, and this is what will be included in that updated study that we had last week. Discussion was to talk about the different learning and basic we've been raised with. You know, we've been raised to go to town. You know, you get your grandparents did it, your nullies did it, your Muslims did it, your parents do it, and then you learn it and you do the same exact behavior to go to the border town because that's what we've always done. And I think now, moving forward, it's changing the dialect of what does it mean to go to town. Is the new town Chinle? Is the new town Kayenta? And so therefore, you know, offering all of the different amenities here on Navajo, creating those areas to enhance economic development, to keep our people local, but yet at the same time, the challenge of that, of keeping our Navajo families here at home, because everything's already here now. So we can create a city on the Navajo Nation, but it's really up to the Navajo people to make that decision themselves. to shop here, and we started, creating those educational campaigns little by little through our different channels of the radio, the paper, social media, and what the importance is of that to stay local, and now even more because of the COVID-19 effects. So in the updated study that I would like to get initiated ASAP with Change Labs and an outside firm that will be coming in to assist us in this study through the whole region of the Navajo Nation, is to identify those needed areas of what economic development is and the importance of it to stay local to the Navajo Nation, and then at the same time answering those questions of those additional needed resources here, such as providing growth zone regional areas on the Navajo Nation, and then at the same time also the importance of different price discussions here when it comes to the price of product, the output of resources here on Navajo, the demographic, the GRP of what it is of our gross domestic product compared to those off reservation, the leverage of pricing when it comes to leaving your home on the reservation, driving down the interstate or the road, the highway, and visiting the nearest border town, or taking that weekend trip to Phoenix or what have you, and all of those costs that are added up to leaving home, the luxury of the city compared to, staycations of staying here on the Navajo Nation and all of those things. So I'll be happy to report those once we finalize our discussions moving forward on that study. But in the meantime, moving forward in our reevaluation of the document, plus additional suggestions and additional pages that we need to include, I will add the comprehensive economic development strategy that you can review for now. It is dated from 2017. Of course, with the current pandemic that we're in, the new study will include the effects of where we're at now in Navajo, the number of job losses, the number of effects of businesses have been losing revenue here on the nation, the effects on tour companies, the effects on the local grocery stores, and then, of course, the effects to our consultants that we hire on Navajo and what have you. So I'll be sure to include those in the updated report that I'll be submitting. Here, Shiche, Speaker Smith, and that concludes our report. Speaker Damon. Yeah.
No, we got no feedback on Tojule.
I'm so sorry. Speaker, cut me in.
Okay. Let me go back to Mr. Willie, and then I'll go into Honorable Eugene So.
Mr. Henyo, Delegate Henyo, I am sorry about that. The Pahajile project, both of them that you mentioned, I do need to reach out to you to get some more details of the background of those projects so that we can start evaluating those with you moving forward. I'll be reaching out to you. Yeah.
Okay. Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
For those that speak and understand Navajo. As physical or behave so yeah, I change it kind of bothers me because of some words that were used. It seems that we're not even ready. I don't know when we're going to be ready for December the 30th. The words that are being used, I'm not really trying to hurt somebody, but words that are used unaware of, willing to be however we can, working document. So I thought today was the day we're going to discuss how we're going to use this, utilize the funds to direct. I thought as a division director, we appoint somebody that is educated, really knowledgeable regarding to what they're doing within their plan of operation within each division of the Navajo Nation government. where they have their own legal counsel in regards to what they are, again, we're hit by this pandemic, and we need to do something with this money that's coming towards us to help us out. So it's been a while now since we've been just sitting around and talking around and around, not really hitting the target. I feel that's how we are, seems like. But I'm sorry to say that, but I'm trying to listen for words where this land, how that we can say this language can use for this language in the CARES Act. And that's what we're going to get this. It's going to pay for this here. That's what I'm sitting here for. I thought there was already have been done, where we already can just turn in the paper and get our money and pay for all these things. We're all set right across the board with all legal opinions on each language that are on the CARES Act. That's how I'm trying to listen for today, as always, trying to figure out what. We always just go around and around and talk about the things that's already there that everybody knows that's affecting us. But we're here to get what that's affecting the people, pick up some rule or legislation or regulation that's within the CARES Act and try to combat it with it and get the money. That's how I understand, issue and not what's the problem? What's the issue? And what are the laws and the regulation or policies that we can use? We can use it as like as a weapon. To conclude it. That's what I'm here for. That's what I wanted. I was elected for, to combat those things. I thought we have legal opinions already where Miss Barbara defined it to us the other day. And I have requested today now regards to that bill that was in the House that regards to agricultural. A few months back in December, I believe there was a MOU that was signed between the BIA, the Natural Resource, State Department of Agriculture, Natural Resource Conservation Service, the person that takes care of all these resources. No, these are some of the things that I wanted to look in that memorandum of agreement. Understanding. Maybe we can. I don't know if I ask the Resource and Development Committee to combine it, see if they can pick it up and look at it and see what it really means in there. So I don't know what this bill like. I believe I gave you the number, Speaker. That number I don't have it right now with me, but that was introduced to make amendments within the Corvette 1019 Act, the CARES Act. So I don't know what it says in there, or if it ever went through, or the amendment that should be changed. It would be really good to see what it says in there if it did pass. That would be really good. Pandemic, it has a dramatic effect on the lives of the billions of people around the world. As we see, there is some organizations, the conservation organizations, that provide technical assistance and involve citizens, the people, the farmers, the ranchers, and addressing issues related to flood mitigation, soil conservation, water quality, nutrient management, sustainable land use, conservation education. The key role is to protect our greatest asset, the rich, the fertile soils, and the water resource through the strategic conservation effort. Congress request that conservation districts like soil water conservation district, the District Grazing Committee serve a larger role during the creation of a project in order to ensure the local natural resource needs are being addressed in such project, and expressed that the Congress support for the successful local-led conservation delivery system that landowners have known and trusted for a decade, which are the Soil Water Conservation Districts and the District Grazing Committee. they're the ones that we can ask for a lot of stuff. We would have worked with them day one to get all the windmills that's not working, etc. All these things need to be comprised. In the economically, the United States is run by small business, and all that business, the money comes from across the seas. Other countries, they come here to see the Indian goods, to eat Indian food, so they can go here and there. After they get off the plane, they rent a car and then go to gas stations and other stores while they're going to an Indian nation. So that's how the money is kept here in the United States. But we, as a Navajo nation, we don't have anything that is Navajo owned. Like, we don't have our own restaurant where we can cook our own food. We need some cheese and some fish and some mutton stew, etc. But we don't have that. We need to start working on those kind of stuff. But it kind of bothers me when we have the weapons and we have the ammunition, but we're shooting in the wrong place. We have the money, the $600 million, and I would like to hear to the exact how it's going to be used regards to the CARES Act. Already written, or there's no ifs and buts. We're going to get that money. That's what I'm here for. Although I'm sorry if I said anything wrong, but I'm just trying to be me, because I speak for the people here in Chinle, where my whole Chinle area is all that division within the Navajo Nation government. But I only oversee law and order. That's kind of sad, too, when people ask me what's going on. But those we can talk in the future. So anyway, and I'm very thankful that we're going forward with these issues, and we're going forward to try to make things better for our people. We've got people sick out there now. They are going back and forth, people trying to feed them here and there and get some medicine for them. But people taking food to their neighbors or their parents or whatever. Oh, I heard there's people that died, almost whole family or vanishing. We need this thing to get go. We got to get rid of it and get the money and try to save the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. For that, Honorable or Mr. Willie, I don't know if you have a response. I know there's a comments. Well, actually, I think there was two questions that I recall now. That was it was in Honorable Eugene So's presentation.
Speaker Damon, Otto, Honorable So. And again, we do apologize that the document is not finalized yet, but this provides a great opportunity for us to move forward on what we need to do as far as readdressing these issues and addressing the new issues that have been identified here. And of course, the working document and those projects that we have not yet included in on here, have been ongoing, been continuously working to do what we need to do here within the Division of Economic Development. The greatest thing that we need to do now is to not create partnership, but to open up the dialogue again even more with our other divisions, which include the farming, the natural resources division, and then also agriculture, to talk about the ranching and farming perspectives here, so that we're able to collectively put them into this document with them. I haven't received much feedback as to what they're going to be working on towards when it comes to economic relief or natural resources relief here on the Navajo Nation. On how we're going to modify and work towards using these funds will include, again, additional languages needed for us to make these projects more identified as sustainable. And I think what we'll do here, well, what we have to do here now is get back with my team so that we're able to provide those needed feedback for you, not only in this document, but additional information that will be included moving forward. And I think that's why the Division of Economic Development has been working and having dialogue with the Net Chamber and also Mr. Watchman from the national level on these discussions here. And of course, with Change Labs from Western Navajo, not only there, but, you know, they do service throughout the whole Navajo Nation, and also listen in and finalize those discussions with them on documents moving forward for us to work hand in hand collectively, because the capacity within the division, you know, is up to a certain point, and then the capacities of our partners, you know, add to that equation so that we're able to work hand in hand on these different areas moving forward, so that we can create partnerships from the private sector, from the government level, and then work together so that we can make these projects more feasible for us moving forward. As we know here, we're in a deadline of December 30th for expenditure of funds, and so what we need to do is continue to work so that we can meet those deadlines here. So we'll include those, and I'll make sure, Honorable, so that we have those finalized for review here moving forward, because what we need now that we have a lot of feedback for us to include additionally here, it works hand in hand for us to meet the criteria that are necessary here moving forward. Yeah, thank you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Willie. Colleagues, at this time, I don't have anybody else on the list. We still have another presenter too as well. I'll go once. Any more comments, questions for Mr. Willie? Going twice. Going three times. With that, Mr. Willie, thank you very much. I look forward to the future discussion. One thing I think that maybe what we could do is there any way that you could break I know that some of these, I guess, in your presentation, you do have some of these projects that are currently in operation and the ones that are in dire need of moving forward, and those ones that are probably have some matching funds, I guess, from the state or either from other outside entities. Is there any way that you could prioritize a couple of those and seeing if you can? Maybe what we can do is work off that too as well. Because again, at the end of the day, we look to the guidance from your office in order for us to make these decisions. And I think that's something where we could really utilize your expertise with your staff and what they're going through in each of the RBDO areas as well. So if you could follow up on that, Mr. Willie, I think then we can go from there and prioritize some of these big initiatives.
Speaker Damon, yes, we will do that and update that document in that manner. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, if there's nobody else for Mr. Willie, thank you very much, Mr. Willie. I don't know if you want to stay on, but we do have, again, individuals who you've been working with, individuals who our colleagues been working with as well. Up next, the Dene Chamber of Commerce. I know Mr. Jeff Begay is the board chairman, but unfortunately, Mr. Begay is unable to meet with us today. But I know that I think the vice chairman, secretary, treasurer are here with us. Anybody on from the Dene Chamber of Commerce?
Yes. Good morning, or actually good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. This is Derek Watchman. I'm a member of the chamber, and I also have Mr. Al Henderson, who's the secretary treasurer. And so, Chairman Jeff Begay had some surgery last week, eye surgery, so he's unable to read and participate. So our chairman has asked me and Mr. Henderson to present. And so we'd like to do that.
Okay.
Sir.
All right, great. I do believe that there was a presentation that was sent out by 9:30 this morning or earlier. I think it was sent out. One was sent out last Wednesday, and then it was resent out today at 9:30. So, colleagues, I do believe that you have their presentation too as well. If you don't, just text and we can resend that out to you. But we'll go ahead and go off of that information. That, Mr. Watchman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Navajo Nation Council and people that are listening in. Shay, Derek Watchman, Skidney and Shle, 1200 Bashashin, Kutnazani, Desha Chayado, Sabahashanella. And I reside in Winter Rock, and I'm originally from Navajo, New Mexico. And I come today before the Navi committee as a member of the NED Chamber, and also I think it was mentioned by Mr. Willie. I'm also on a couple boards, and one big board that I'm proud to be a part of is the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. I'm the chairman of the board, and so the National Center is a national chamber, and I've been involved in many discussions, both locally and nationally. The National Center has been involved with the FOA, the National Congress of American Indians, and so we've been a part of a lot of the policy development that has gone into the U.S. CARES Act, and so and I'm also a small business owner. I have my consulting company, Sagebrush Hill Group, and so I'm glad to be here. I also have with me Mr. Al Henderson, and we're going to go back and forth. We did send to you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the council, a letter dated May 6th, and that's the basis for this presentation. But over the weekend, we put together a PowerPoint presentation, and so we did send that to everybody. So hopefully, members of the committee have this, and we certainly have detailed write-ups on what we're talking about. And so we're going to go back and forth, Mr. Speaker, and members of the committee and the council with our presentation. So I'd like to turn the floor over to Mr. Al Henderson, and he's going to talk about the chamber and what we've been doing and why we're very interested and why we're involved with the CARES Act. So, Mr. Henderson, the floor is yours. If I could, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Henderson. Actually, good afternoon. Go ahead, sir. The floor is yours. Mr. Henderson?
Mr. Henderson?
I'm sorry, Speaker. Honorable Speaker Damon, thank you very much. I had to unmute my cell phone here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes, we
Very
can.
good. Thank you. And also, I express my thanks and appreciation to all of the council delegates who are listening, as well as the speakers, friends, neighbors, and supporters, and all the listeners out there. My name is Al Henderson, and let me introduce myself in Navajo. My clan is Ashihi, Ado Hawasane Bashishin, Purichine Dashido, Tadisane Dashanale, Pastahol Yede e Ade Nasha. Ado Betila Sindile Eyaha Shindo Ada Shagano Distina Dashanakat. Ade Yana Anjolde. Betta Oshitantel Kasa. The La Condon Hinaka. And then I saw Tanikit. No, so that's where I'm at right now. I've listened to a very healthy dialogue between not only Mr. J.T. Willie and some of the questions that I have heard, very interesting, and I appreciate all of the participation on the part of the Honorable Council Delegate. Let me give you a rundown of the history of the Diné Chamber of Commerce. We are formed as a nonprofit organization that we established in 2013. And it's under the laws of the Navajo Nation, so we've been complying with the corporate laws as far as filing our report, paying our fees, and opening up. I believe the last request was to file with the Tax Commission, which we did. And also, we are a tax-exempt organization granted by the Internal Revenue Service. What we are an organization that is representing a lot of the businesses on and near the Navajo Nation. We have a membership of about around 40, and it requires the only interest that they would have is to be of service, a desire to be participant as a Navajo business owner, and also doing some work with some of our small business as a joint venture or partnership arrangement. Our mission is to support and advocate for Navajo-owned businesses and to collaborate and partner with not only businesses, organizations, and governments in the promotion of economic development and diversity of commerce, creating opportunities and sustaining life, self-sufficiency, and family, which breaks down to our interest in life, self-sufficiency, and the Net Chamber of Commerce membership comes from a diverse business organization, tribal entities, government, individuals, all who are interested in entrepreneurship and small business success and development. Our work is to be of service to all those who are interested in helping the Navajo Nation create a private sector economy and to be able to produce jobs, consumer goods, and services. We support, on our advocacy side, the establishment of policies, laws, regulations, and opportunities to help create an attractive business environment throughout the Navajo Nation. And what you have is a reference website where most of the information about our organization can be found. Derek, I'm going to go ahead and give this slide back to you for all of us to just kind of get focused on the Navajo CARES Act fund.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Committee, we do have on our presentation the website of the Net Chamber. There's a typo. It should be the Net Chamber with an H, BINEHCHAMBER.org if you're interested in looking at what we do. But the Chamber and myself, we've been doing a couple things relative to the COVID-19 pandemic. With a lot of information that I have, we set up weekly Monday calls, and we've been inviting different key players to talk to. We've had on average about participating in our calls, and so but the presentation today is two parts. One is just the Navajo CARES Fund, which we think is very important, and then some policy changes. We do know that legislation 115-20, which is now CMY-4420, does create a Navajo CARES Fund. We know that with the guidance that has been put together by the U.S. Treasury, that the funds have to be COVID-19 coronavirus related. We do know that the funds, the $600 million, has to be primarily for medical expenses, public health expenses, payroll expenses, and economic support. And so we define that economic support as like what we saw with the U.S. CARES Act. It provides for assistance for businesses that are impacted by the coronavirus. Obviously, in the legislation, $600,559,530 is
is the first round. There's been discussion that there'll probably be a round 2 because $8 billion was approved. And so from what we've been hearing, what we see at the end of the day, within a few months, there's going to be over $1 billion provided. And so from the Chamber's perspective, Mr. Chairman and members of the Navi Committee, it's our thought from the Chamber that this first $600 million and then $1 million could fundamentally change, how we look at business, and how we first address the immediate impacts for our Navajo businesses, and also look at recovery, both big and small, from the businesses. So, how do we look at that? And so we do have a budget here that we put on the table, and we've been waiting for the details. I know there's been discussion about, do you use the OMB forms? Do you abbreviate it? And so it's the Chamber's understanding that in the development of the expenditure plan template, there will be the forms and other justification that'll be available. So we're waiting for that. So, but our concept is, we like to propose, is what we call the Navajo Paycheck Protection Program. And it's basically what the U.S. government provided through the CARES Act. And the Paycheck Protection Program basically is a loan through banks to businesses of all sizes. And that paycheck, basically the loan is to provide for 2.5 months of salaries for businesses that are impacted. The CARES Act also created the EIDL program, which is the Economic Impact and Disaster Loan. And that one's kind of different, but you're eligible with the EIDL, you're eligible, especially for small businesses, you're eligible for $1,000 per employee up to 10 employees. You can get a $1,000 grant, and then after that, you are eligible for an SBA loan up to $200,000. One of the things that we saw, and we're still trying to get verification, I think the question was asked, how many people have benefited from the U.S. CARES Act? And to our understanding from the Chamber, we think only a few Navajo businesses benefited from the TPP program or the EIDL program. And we can talk all day about why, but the fact of the matter is, and I think Mr. Willie pointed this out, because of everything's all internet-based, or everything is all, if you have a relationship with a bank, it's easier to get funding. But many of our Navajo businesses did not benefit from the CARES Act, EIDL, and Paycheck Protection Program. And so conceptually, we'd like for, once it gets there, we'd like for the Navajo Nation Council and this committee to consider a program where basically you meet certain requirements and you get a grant. Now, the grant is not a giveaway. The whole reason for the PPP program and for the EIDL program is to help pay for their expenses. All the businesses have utility bill, cell phone bill, car payment, lease payment. If you're not making any revenue, you have no revenue to pay your expenses. And so since our Navajo businesses did not get CARES Act funding, we're proposing that the nation, with the $600 million, help support our Navajo businesses so that they're able to cover their expenses. And then when when the nation reopens, they'll at least be in a firm stance so that they can open their businesses and get going. And so we're recommending a program of $25 million. And, just doing the math, basically, we think that there's roughly 2,000 businesses out there, according to what we see from the 2010 census. And so if you have 2,000 businesses, if you do 15,000 per business, that's basically $25 million. The question that was asked is, well, how do you get that? How do you get those monies out? The Day Chamber has a program, has a staff, and we're proposing that the Chamber, in partnership with the Change Labs, that we basically be the administrator
of the funding. So basically, we will come up with an application. We'll develop a database. Folks, businesses will be eligible to apply. They have to first meet the qualifications. If they meet the qualifications, then the funding will be sent to them. We'll obviously have the information on a spreadsheet so that it can be audited and so that it can be verified that we did, in fact, use the funding related to what the COVES or what the Treasury says the funding can be used for. And so we think that it's needed right now. So the $25 million will certainly go quickly, but we got to keep our Navajo businesses at least with some working capital so that they don't go under. I was reading some information the other day. I think that Northern Arizona University did a study, and they said that basically 60% of the businesses the small businesses may not reopen. Now, this is off Navajo. So 60% may not reopen. That's a big number because many of the small businesses employ a lot of people. And, so it was said that the small business is the backbone of the United States. Yes, it is, because they employ people and they provide revenue, which is then in turn turned into sales taxes. And so, Mr. Speaker, members of the council, this is the first part of our proposal. And so I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Henderson to talk about, how do we fund and how do we provide for the administration of the funding. So, Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Derek, and Mr. Speaker and Honorable Council Delegate. The Net Chamber of Commerce has been active for quite some time. As Secretary Treasurer, I keep an eye on all the paperwork that's coming in and going out and filing our annual report with the Navajo Nation as well as the Internal Revenue Service. So as far as the status of our organizations, we're viable and we're also current on a lot of our obligations. The thing that I wanted to emphasize on my part of the presentation is to let you know that in order for us to handle not only the Net Chamber of Commerce funding, which is only one of 5 programs that we'll be talking about. Derek just went ahead and finished the first part. We're asking for $1 million to staff up, basically personnel and also non-personnel costs, just basic essentials for carrying on the work at hand. The funding will increase not only our capacity, but also to support Navajo-owned businesses, which we believe is much wider than what the Navajo Nation count is from credible sources, which is the U.S. Census data and also the Navajo source list, and then some of the others that we do not know of that probably are not registered and still operating with the Navajo, and probably an equal number. Probably our best estimate is probably about the same number as the Navajo Nation. So what we commonly refer to as 2,000 probably is about maybe an additional 2,000, which would make it about 4,000, maybe even up to about 5,000. We don't have the data readily at hand to get an accurate count, but we do have area Chamber of Commerce's as well as some other national reach out, like for example, the organization that Derek is the chairman of the board for, National Center. They have their arms and tentacles throughout the Navajo reservation as well as other parts of the United States. So when we put a call out for it, I'm pretty sure that we're going to get a good response, because this information is important for you to know. Because a moment ago, J.T. Willie, my Che, indicated to you that they were going to primarily focus on the Navajo source list, P1 and P2. And then Change Lab, who's our other partner, and I'll elaborate on that a little bit more, will probably be focusing on the startups and mentoring them. Our part in the Net Chamber is to reach out and help out those that are actually in business who are established. And we're very surprised to find out that 60% is about a likely figure where the businesses may close. We're trying to prevent that as quick as possible. And the way in which we want to handle it is a quick flow through, as Derek has discussed. The Net Chamber of Commerce will not only support but administer both the Paycheck Protection Program as well as the personnel protection equipment. And what we want to do is we want to distribute. We already have a network working with some local organization both in Arizona and New Mexico. One of the information that probably many of you do not know is that we have been in contact with a friend of the Navajo Nation who operates a major company out of Chicago who donated, and I think last week the Indian Health Service had the second shipment of masks that is being distributed to the hospital doctors, nurses, and frontline employees there in the hospital facilities. And we also have been sourcing some of them out to the first responders that are primarily operating where some of the hot spots are. So we have a good feel for ground level operation through a network of local community organizations. And that chamber will use fundings to provide educational services to businesses and to get them through the pandemic and increase professional staff. In this particular case, we are looking at people and individuals, especially business people. When a business goes down, it is very, very hard to roll your sleeve back up and reopen the door because your inventory, your expenses, your employees, they're all coming out of a traumatic experience. Those are very difficult to handle, and some of them probably just walk away from it and probably permanently close. We're trying to prevent that. And part of the professional staff are not only people who are knowledgeable in business itself, but people who can hold a mentorship and coaching position with a fellow business who has been adversely and deeply impacted by COVID-19. And we think that not only professional medical attention, as well as traditional medical attention from our native traditional healers have a place to come in and to be able to go ahead and relieve the agony, distress, and the anguish that may be impacting the business owners as well as their families. And certainly the children are impacted just as well, being within the midst of such an event that their parents and their relatives are going through. And that chamber will also use funds for education, training, and mentoring the businesses during this time period. And understand that the pandemic period is really a period where we're focusing on the relief. Hopefully, the relief will set up a situation where, with everybody's help across Navajo country using the Navajo Cares Fund funds that are coming in, the totality of the $600 million will lead us into the recovery period. The recovery period is probably going to be a long-term initiative, and certainly we are in a position to provide whatever assistance to not only the Navajo Nation DED, but also in the resources that are available and offered to all of us, where we can sit down and talk it out and lay a game plan for the future. Change Lab has a very important function, and they're asking for $1 million to do not only assisting the startup and the people that they're mentoring eventually to start up, as well as some of the established areas in their area of operation, which is Western Agency,
up in Tuba City. They operate out of a laboratory, and they practically work hand in hand, person to person. Excellent a startup organization who has been very successful, and they are now in concert and working with an organization called Nusenda. They are a savings and loan organization. They've been able to go ahead and put out some lending to a number of their clients. A very critical component and a good partner to have in this effort to help relieve a lot of the impacts that are being suffered not only by the vendors, the medical transporters, non-emergency medical transporters, as well as the artisan community. The Change Lab has a professional team, a young lady by the name of Heather Fleming, and also Jessica Eagle. They've got a lot of what they call grassroots experience, and they practically built up the organization to the viable status that they are now being recognized for, not only locally but throughout the U.S. and in some cases worldwide, because Heather has a great deal of experience working with developing countries globally. She brings a lot of credibility and creative and innovative ways of helping people in need. Change Lab also needs funding to grow. This is a whole new environment that all of us are faced with, where private sector has had time making an impact. I have come to believe that since I've been associated with the Net Chamber of Commerce, when we reach out, when we ask the Navajo Nation for assistance, we are practically viewed as an invisible entity. The first question that, a matter of fact, I ran into it several years ago when I was trying to work out a payment that was being withheld, and I wanted to encourage that we get paid because we needed cash flow for the nonprofit organization that I was a part of out of Flagstaff, Arizona, when I worked there at NAU. And I thought it would be just a matter of easy negotiation and working out terms of agreement. As it turned out, I had to deal with an attorney, and the first thing she asked me was, "Are you a part of the Navajo government?" And I said, "No, we're a nonprofit organization." And she says, "Well, we can't help you because the only people that we help are those that are affiliated with the government." So it's the first time I heard such an explanation. And being a common citizen and a voter, I listen to a lot of people running for elected positions, and they count our vote. So there's a misstep and a mishit somewhere where small businesses are being viewed as invisible entities. But thanks to the 24th council that's sitting and whom I'm talking to by invitation, especially Speaker Damon, I have to give you kudos because, my goodness, this is a breath of fresh air for you to allow the chamber to be part of this conversation. The next slide that you see is the Navajo RBDOs. The RBDOs have got about 5 offices, I believe, currently. I know that there was more, but I believe there's 5 offices in every, at least one in every agency. And you'll notice that there's a figure of 500,000 that program for RBDOs. When we work, the Net Chamber of Commerce have had a real wonderful working relationship with the Eastern RBDOs. And what they need help on, we provided. What we needed in order to advance a project from one stage to the next, a great working relationship. And we wanted to go ahead and see if we could replicate that in other parts of the Navajo Nation RBDO organization. But we know that operating costs with our present, if we should get that far, is going to cost them an extra amount of money for which they are budgeted. And we didn't want to deplete their budget with copying, printing. When you go ahead and do a business plan or you run a number of financial statements, etc., with all the figures changing constantly, it's a laborious process. And so not to go ahead and deplete some of their ongoing budget, we thought that this is an extra unique event that is being presented. So we wanted to go ahead and ask for an additional $500,000 for DED spread across their RBDOs, so that they have enough funding and not be so much in a situation having to spend all of their operating costs from the allotted budget for the fiscal year. The funding with DCC guidance and support will allow RBDOs to assist the COVID-19 impacted businesses, because what we want to do is we want a place for the impacted business to go and get online with us. Maybe their internet is down. Maybe their travel is unaffordable. We'd like to go ahead and see if we can get them there so that we can communicate. We are going to have to do a lot of our communication, unfortunately, remotely. And I noticed that in the discussion that I've been following, broadband and internet and accessibility is not at a level where ease of communication and getting to the next step of completing a project is going to be quite a bit of a challenge. So we wanted to go ahead and see if we could work with the RBDOs simultaneously and begin to help one another. Some of the areas that we deal with may be some information. We're going to be facilitating between the governmental requirement and the business requirements. So we have two sides of the activity that I think makes it a lot easier for business planning to proceed, business site leasing to be completed, planning and opening businesses so that we can go to the next step of actually operational. We are asking for $500 million for the PPEs, which is the personal protection equipment. $5 million is just to be able to help the small businesses that reopen, get them started of the essential needs that they need. Maybe they need thermometers to check the customers coming to the stores. Maybe they need gloves before they touch the merchandise. Masks, hand sanitizer, and also the cleaning agents for the storekeepers. Those things that would make not only the customer and the owner of the business that they are now in a safe environment and they don't have anything to fear. So that's going to be an ongoing big business boom in the future, and we'd like to go ahead and be the test pilots, be able to go ahead and get some numbers on it, and see if we can't elevate that to a higher level and do it Navajo nationwide. So that's what one part of it is going to be spent on. Construction contractor board member, who's the vice chairman, added an added request, and he said that we need to have a sanitation wash station at every construction site. And we see that as a new business. We're considering probably having it as a mobile operation or maybe an on-site. And if it's an on-site, maybe it's also mobile as well. And maybe the chapters will go ahead and use those mobiles to rent out to the construction contractors in their area in the future. So we're trying to help out with the local chapters and also the construction workers and the visitors going on site for construction, inspection, and construction management activities to be able to go ahead and feel like when they pass through the wash station that they're able to go ahead and be safe in approaching and talking and working right alongside a construction worker, their colleagues, and to be able to go back home to their family feeling that they're able to go ahead and be in the safety zone. So that part of it, I think, is going to be very expensive. We hope that the flexibility that the council delegates will consider us maybe in the future updates based on your questions that I've heard and the questions that you're going to ask us, we would go ahead and modify and take a second look at our plan. I'm going to go ahead and give this back over to Mr. Watchman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Mr. Speaker, members of the NABI committee, I'm going to run through a couple more slides and then we'll be done with our presentation. But as a recap of the budget and what we're proposing here will all be COVID-19 pandemic related, as we talked about. $25 million for the Navajo Relief Fund, $1 million for the NIT Chamber, $1 million for Change Lab, $500,000 for the RDBOs, and $5 million for the PPE funding program, $32.5 million. And we have that readily available. We do have it on the OMB forms, but we're waiting for more guidance as to how that's going to be put together. And so we'll have that, and that's that's the call that we heard relative to these meetings. How do we spend the money relative to economic development, relative to the small businesses, and so. But we also want to, and I'll go to one last slide, and that's called the policy change recommendation. One of the missions of the chamber is to help start, grow, or expand our Navajo small business sector. And there's a lot of discussion today about how the small businesses are the backbone of any economy, and the business sector of Navajo is the backbone of the Navajo economy. And so recently, we know that the Navajo Nation Council approved legislation 115-20, which is now CMY-44-20. And one thing that we noticed in that potential law is that Exhibit E in that law, I think it's called the CARES Fund Expedited Procurement Rules and Procedures. We noticed that particular rule and procedure was approved, and basically it temporarily waives Title 12, the Procurement Act. And we applaud, the council and the crafters of the legislation to put that into play. We also noticed that CMY-44-20 also had two additional directives, and we've got to see that. The first one was basically 25% of the $600 million has to go to Navajo business, and so that number comes out to $150 million plus or minus. And so, we thought that was a great move of recognizing the Navajo business sector. There was also another directive or amendment, and that basically says that P1 and P2 businesses shall be used, and if they're not qualified, then a non-Navajo company can be used. We think that's important. The one thing that we want to bring to your attention, Mr. Speaker and members of the council, is that we think that the Exhibit E, which is called the CARES Fund Expedited Procurement Rules and Procedures, it doesn't go far enough. It basically restates what is stated in the procurement rules and the Business Opportunity Act. If we're going to get the money out there right away, then we need to, for example, bump up the minimum amount for sole sourcing. The federal government does all the time. And if you want to sole source, I think we're recommending you can sole source any contract that's less than $225,000. I think it's like $25,000. We'd like to see recommendations in a supplement
to make sure that there's a central location for all of the proposals that are going to be let. So maybe the nation puts together a website and says, okay, today, here are all the contract opportunities for Navajo businesses. We think that's very important. We also like to, have the council recognize and consider and adopt policy where instead of having to sign every contract and fax it, that electronic submission of signatures be authorized. We think that's very important. Everyone does that. IRS, big deals are signed with electronic processing. The other area is just electronic payment. People today use bank transfers, and so we like to recommend that. But we have put together another document that we would like the council, and it's been sent to the Speaker's office. We would like the Navajo Nation Council to consider adding another rule and guideline which protects Navajo businesses. We think that's very important. We need to figure out how to increase the minimums. There's been a lot of talk about what are the requirements for a business. We know that some of the requirements are insurance, some of it is bonding, some of it is the qualifications, and some of it is the maximum feasible price. Relative to insurance, I think Mr. Slater, Delegate Slater, mentioned an insurance pool. We think that's something that we should look at right now, create an insurance pool so that a business jointly with the Navajo Nation could get insurance. With bonding, we think bonding basically to me is just a standby letter of credit. Perhaps we could work with the Navajo CDFI and they could put together a temporary bonding program so that a Navajo business, when he or she applies, has the bonding readily available. Now, when it comes to qualifications, we think that many of our Navajo businesses are qualified, and in many cases, maybe they get overlooked for whatever reason, but we need to make sure that our Navajo businesses are qualified. The last issue is just capital. How do we get businesses with capital? We think that, either the Navajo CDFI program or credit services should put together a short-term, immediate lending program. And so, we have to figure out how to do something to get these Navajo businesses going. But all in all, the Chamber would really like to see the Navajo-owned businesses be a part of the $600 million, either directly or indirectly. So as an example, we're going to have to buy a lot of, and we're buying a lot of PPE right now. Where and who are we buying this PPE from? We're hoping that it's from Navajo businesses. We think, so the Navajo business should be involved in offering the PPE program or being the supplier in the supply chain. We talked a lot about water projects on Friday. There's a lot of capable Navajo businesses that can either be the prime or the subcontractor to a lot of these Navajo Nation water projects. So it is our hope that every cent that is spent on the $600 million goes either directly to a Navajo business or indirectly through a Navajo business. In turn, what that does is that it creates jobs. Revenues that these businesses get have to pay their sales taxes, and it helps to create the economy, which is what we really, really need. We really need that at this point, given that revenue looks like it's going to be down. We have very little money from the Navajo Generation Station, the Peabody Mine. That's gone, and so we have to figure out a new way. And so the Chamber, Mr. Speaker, Shanant, and our members of the Navajo Nation Council, we think that there needs to be another document that protects and utilizes our Navajo businesses. And so we do have a document that we'd like, and the Speaker has us to think about and consider. So, Mr. Speaker and members of the NABI, our presentation was twofold. One, and I'll recap, is to request $32.5 million to help provide revenue to our impacted businesses. Number two is to take another step and add some additional guides and rules so that when
CMI 44-20 goes into law, or whatever goes into law, that our Navajo businesses are protected. And so, but we're also, just a couple of other notes, we're also working with other organizations, and then we're very on top of, like, for example, the agribusiness. I've been in contact with the United States Department of Ag, and just today, in the last couple of weeks, they've announced some additional programs. So USDA has an idle ag program that's available, and I think Ag is looking at that right now. There's also today announcements where the U.S. Department of Agriculture is also going to be buying or providing a subsidy for those agribusinesses that provide cash assistance for the beef growers, the cattle growers. We need to get that information out to our businesses. And so, but, you know, we've been working hand in hand with the enterprises, and we appreciate them. The Chamber has also been working with economic development, and so we thank them for, you know, looking ahead and figuring out how do we grow our Navajo economy. So I'm going to stop there, Mr. Speaker, members of the NABI, and we're open for questions. So we appreciate the time.
Speaker.
Like we did before. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, thank you for whoever's joining us on the World Wide Web or on Facebook or on YouTube. This is a Naabik'iyati committee meeting, or actually work session via telecommunications. We are discussing economic development opportunities, and specifically just heard from Dene Chamber of Commerce in understanding their presentation and their recommendations to help small businesses across the Navajo Nation. So again, thank you for that presentation. Let me go ahead and go to the floor. I don't specifically have anyone that has, actually I do. Let me go ahead and move forward, and I have Madam Chair Charles Newton on, and then we can go from there. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Shiptila Ado Aikiha, for that presentation and for the PowerPoint. I do appreciate getting all of this information, and I have to say that it always is welcoming when we have people present before us who are prepared, and especially when they have PowerPoint presentations that we can follow along with. So I do appreciate that, and I just want to say I like the way that you are all prepared with giving us this information. We did have previously J.T. Willie, Director of Economic Development Office, Division of Economic Development, provided us also information and then some ideas. One, I want to know whether you have looked over his proposal or their division proposal, and whether, if you did, if we can get feedback on your thoughts of that proposal. And the reason why I ask is I'm starting to understand that the people were not really consulted with the plans that were put together. I'm trying really hard to listen to the people in my area, and I know that other people have been chiming in on those calls, but that's our responsibility. Is we should be reaching out to the various organizations to hear what they have to say. I am doing my best to try to, I guess, represent the small businesses that are there in Shiprock. And I'm getting feedback from Vivian Talbot, who is a really big, I guess, a proponent for small businesses in the Shiprock area. And I really appreciate her comments and her suggestions. And so one of the ideas that she could present was having the small businesses, work in conjunction with the people, where the money, I guess, is spent primarily on the Navajo Nation with the small businesses. I know that recently there was one chapter that worked with a grocery store off the reservation because they don't have a grocery store in their area. So they gave their community members $60. They didn't give it to the community members. They gave it to the store with a list of the names of the people who are within their chapter. And each one of those people got $60 worth of groceries that they could spend at that particular store. And I thought that was a idea, but at the same time, it doesn't promote Navajo businesses. I think if something like that were to happen, I think that those I guess maybe gift cards or the money should go back into Navajo businesses. And I just want to let you know that I do promote and I do stand by the small businesses here in the Navajo Nation. So with that, I do want to ask you, how many businesses have applied for the PPP? And the reason why I ask this question is my concern is it's so much easier to spend money that's just given versus spending money that you applied for. And I say that because one of the issues that the Navajo Nation Council has had is request for budget during budget season or during budget session. And a lot of the general funds are given to them. And they spend the general funds. And they're on the side applying for grants that they're getting. They're not spending that money. And I've heard, since I've been in council, I've heard excuses of we don't have enough manpower to
And Chair, we lost you.
Oh, okay. Where did you lose me at?
20 seconds ago.
Okay. Well, so thank you. So I guess my thing is, you know, what we have seen in council is that it's easier to spend general fund money than it is to spend grant money. And I see the PPP as kind of a loan/grant if it's done right. So I think we should be asking the question of how many of these small businesses applied for the PPP. We are aware that some businesses did not apply for the PPP because they didn't qualify. So in that case, I think that those are the businesses that we should try to work with, and those are the small artisan businesses. But for the other types of businesses, what I want to know is how many of those businesses applied for the PPP. And if they didn't apply, what was their reason? Because there was money available through the federal government to help assist the small businesses. Again, you know, I kind of have to go back to you know, how divisions and departments in the Navajo Nation, how they see spending general funds as an easy way to spend versus having to apply for it and then having to work for that money. So again, 100% I do support businesses, but at the same time, you know, we have to understand that federal funds were made available to businesses, and I would really hate to, you know, work towards giving businesses that money, and then the federal government coming back asking why some of these businesses didn't apply for the PPP. So with that, I'm going back on mute. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I'm Chair Charles Newton for those questions. Let me go back to the presenters. I don't know on whole how many businesses you guys are tracking right now, but maybe you guys are currently tracking some. Mr. Willie, are you still on the line too as well? So. Okay, well, let me go back to the presenter.
Mr. Speaker, and Delegate Charles Newton, this is Derek Watchman. The chamber has been asking that very question about how many have benefited. We've asked
Like, for example, the director for the Small Business Office of Arizona, we've asked the director for the New Mexico district office, and they don't track the loans based on ethnicity. And so they are trying to, and we've been working with Senator Udall's office, and so they're trying to determine how many businesses, and they're going to try to use zip codes. But at this point, no one knows. And so I know that Native American Bank has had a few. It's our estimation that probably about 24 businesses actually benefited from the payroll or paycheck protection program. And so that's very little. The question that people are asking is, how come we're not benefiting on Navajo? And so one of the interesting challenges with the paycheck protection program is that it is sanctioned through the Small Business Administration, but it's up to the bank in the area to handle that. And so the first round of funding, roughly $300 billion or so, went in 2 weeks. But what the banks did was that the banks basically looked at their top customers. They catered to them. And so those customers that already have a banking relationship, a lending relationship, you have to have a loan. The banks went and talked to those guys first. For new customers, like many of our Navajo businesses that maybe don't have a lending relationship, those were put down on the list. And so the money ran out the first time. And so in the second CARES Act, there was about $60 billion that was redirected through the community bank and CDFIs. But the challenge is that this is a loan. The PPP program is a loan with the bank. And so you have to come up with all of your documents. And so there's a concept in the bank world called KYC, know your customer. And so you have to be organized. You have to have a separate bank account, a business bank account. You have to demonstrate that you have tax returns. And so all that goes into putting together application for a paycheck protection program. And so without that, a lot of banks just ignored it. And so many of our businesses, and as we heard from some of the questions this morning, a lot of our businesses, maybe are cash-based and, are operating, but they don't have all the documents necessary to apply for a PPP program. And so, but they're legitimate businesses. There's no question. They are legitimate businesses. And so the program that's being contemplated is that we have to help those. And I think the question was asked earlier, has the Chamber seen the proposal from Economic Development? And we have. And so the Navajo Business Economic Relief Fund, I think, is broken down into 3 categories for the small, mid-tier, and large-sized businesses. The amounts are nominal, 20, 40, and 60, but the whole intent of these relief programs is to provide a business with working capital so that they can cover their bills, their car bill, their utility bill, their cell bill, their rent. Some of them probably still have, if they're a retailer, they still have to pay their vendors. And so this immediate funding basically is to help that. And so, but I think that's kind of in a nutshell. We don't know how many businesses impacted on or benefit on Navajo, very little. And so, but the economic development proposal, we think, is a step in a good direction to assist our small businesses. So that's my answer to Delegate Charles Newton's question. Thank you.
Speaker Damon, this is Al Henderson. I'd like to add a couple of more.
Go ahead, Mr. Henderson.
Delegate Charles Newton asked.
Go ahead.
Number one, just to go back to the concluding remark that Derek made, I just wanted to add that when we reviewed the DED proposal, we did discuss it among our executive committee, and all of us reached a conclusion that the amount of money that would probably be COVID-19 oriented program and projects are running together simultaneously. In some cases may look alike, but we serve different populations, and I explained that early on because JT's shop is focusing on P1 and P2. Change Lab is focusing on startup, early, young population, prospective business owner, and the Net Chamber, we're looking at primarily established businesses. And so we see later on when we sit down, we merge the two budgets and to see where we can do a division of labor, so they can go ahead and move forward with their responsibility. We'll move forward with our responsibility, and hopefully by the time December 30th comes around, we would at least have 100% outcome on the projects that we're both talking about. The second add-on is the reasons why. I was trying to search my thinking here. Not too long ago, we were discussing with our attorney, and the attorney advised us. He said, "Well, one of the lingering problems that we deal with in Bordertown off-reservation banks is the issue of waiver of sovereign immunity." And so the Navajo Nation, in this instance, by the banking community, looks at Navajo small businesses coming off the reservation as part of the Navajo Nation government, which is a misnomer. And the Navajo small business, for example, myself, I run my own business. I've had it since 1982. If I go to a bank and they look at me, and automatically they're thinking that I'm part of the Navajo Nation government, and they want us to go ahead and have a waiver of sovereign immunity. Well, you're dealing with a separate organization. I may be a Navajo, but I've been operating it without, the blessings of the Navajo Nation government. It's really my sole activity as a corporation or as a sole proprietor. So in that particular case, a heavy dose of education has to be done. So we have a volunteer attorney on standby right now, who is telling us, don't get into that situation with the banks, because they'll never understand, because they've got a set of lawyers on their side. Send the names of those companies who've run across that request from the commercial banks, and I will go ahead and give me the information. And I'll go ahead and contact the commercial bank's attorney, and attorney to attorney, we'll try to straighten these out. I have no idea why this kind of a relationship has never been addressed directly head on, because that may be one of the reasons why some of the small businesses are not able to flourish or grow as quickly as we want. So those are the two add-on in response to Council Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, the time now is 1:21 p.m. Is there anybody else like to ask some questions? I don't have anybody else to text me. Once, only twice, only 3 times. Thank you very much for the presentation, and we look forward to discussing this further with the committee and We thank you for your presentation and one being prepared. Like Madam Chair Charles Loon had indicated, Mr. Watchman and Mr. Henderson, we look forward to having this further discussion. And thank you for presenting to the Naabik'iyati Committee today. And we can go ahead and decide and move forward on certain initiatives that the council is wanting to adhere to, especially as we know small businesses are across the Navajo Nation and are the bread and butter on what we call in the American economy as the backbone of our overall expanding government resources and the way that we can go ahead and move forward. So we thank you again for being here today. Thank you for presenting. More importantly, thank you for taking the questions from my colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Naabik'iyati Committee. Thank you, Mr. Willie, too, as well. Colleagues, it seems like Mr. Willie will be back. Present. He did take your concerns and your recommendations, and we'll look forward to having that future discussion. It seems that most likely will be next week sometime. Probably the same day that Jason John and his organization with Mr. Rex Kuntz and also Mr. McDonald from IHS come back too as well in working in that collaboration. So colleagues, again, thank you for calling in today. I do not believe that there's anybody else on the agenda moving forward. But tomorrow we will be hearing from a couple of our different recommendations, and those have been posted online. And our meetings that we will be continuing tomorrow is a Naabik'iyati Committee work session. That work session does start at 9 a.m. again tomorrow morning. And our work session tomorrow morning will be starting off with Healthcare, Department of Health. And actually, I don't know, is it Department of Health or is it Division of Health? By Dr. Jill Jim, and then Health Command Operations and their recommendations too as well. So David Nez. And moving on down in the afternoon, we have Division of Social Services, Division of Aging and Long-Term Health Care, our long-term care support, and then also individuals from the staff members from the Community Health Representative Program. All of those have been presented, and all of those are doing great on making sure that they have their presentations ready for tomorrow, colleagues. So we have a full day tomorrow, 9 a.m. Other than that, it comes to the end of the session, work session today. Any comments, questions, colleagues, before we go? Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, sorry, sir. I had to excuse myself very quickly, and I just got back on. But I was wondering, is it possible to help assist the small business, the commerce, with the questions that they've been asking? Maybe a letter on behalf of Speaker's office to try to attain this position. Again, my fear is that if we start giving money to small businesses, I know we need to. What I fear is the question coming from the federal government of how many of these businesses applied for the PPP, and what, if they didn't, what their reason was. We have heard reasons from small businesses, like they don't have a tax ID number, or they're not really big enough to have a thing. We here on gathering this information ahead of time in the event that that something stalls. And the last thing that I want, or the last thing that I hope that doesn't happen, is that we can't assist our small businesses because of a federal government, a question that they might have asked that we are not prepared for. So I think we need to be proactive and get that information ahead of time. So any assistance we can give to small business commerce, I think that we should do that. Thanks, Speaker.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Mr. Hanley, are you on the line? Oh, is he on? Oh, he's on Fort Defiance call right now. Who is this? You? Melinda Siako on the line. From the speaker's office, Mr. Watchman. After this call, maybe what we can do is Miss Siaka will jump on a call and we can get that information and possibly get some recommendations and see if we can get not only information from the well, I don't know if the congressional leaders might help assist us, but more importantly, I think that we can get some information either from DOI or the Department of Treasury from the federal government to see if they can release that information. At least we can do is ask. There's no harm in asking and trying to get that information. So thank you, Madam Chair, for that recommendation.
Good.
Elmer Begay.
Yeah, this is Elmer Begay. Hey, Speaker, I was waiting. Was the not the only corporation supposed to be part of this? Because any development, I thought was there as technical assistance and trying to empower the Navajo business owners.
Right now, not Ani Development Corporation was not added on to today's agenda. I can specifically reach out to them and see if they have any recommendations. They have not. I have the only enterprise that has reached out to the speaker's office is Hospitality Enterprise. I haven't received any other recommendation from any other enterprise, but we can reach out to them.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right.
I'll reach out to them and see what they say. Reach out to. Right there.
Speaker. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thomas Walker.
Vice Walker, go ahead.
Thank you, speakers, colleagues, and again, audience. So the earlier presenters, Mr. Henderson, Mr. Watchman, thank you. Appreciate the presentation as well, voiced by some of my colleagues. So help put things into perspective. And then there's a delegate that represents 5 communities out in Western Agency. We think about our communities and our organizations, businesses, our families, then all the way down to the individuals. Just listening through the report, it sounds like we all really are challenged in a lot of ways, but there are some solutions that begin to sort of emerge or take shape. So I appreciate this work session, speakers, all colleagues. It is I want to make that comment. The other one I want to make known is several weeks ago there were some information out there as far as people applying for unemployment benefits within the state of Arizona, and especially when it came down to vendors, again, informal business people, Ada, that we heard that they could apply for unemployment benefits and they could receive those benefits, on a weekly basis. So that we encourage some of our vendors out in our area, Flagstaff or Cameron and Loop, that area. And that they did not succeed in getting benefits. So they were told there's criteria. Sounds like this is almost something for leadership to take up an issue. And as the speaker said, it doesn't hurt to ask. Some of these state agencies, if they're willing to waive or reconsider some of these areas that they require, individuals of when they apply for any kind of state benefit. I know some of the requirements are pretty restrictive, and so forth. But these are also extraordinary times, and that also we are, we're not the same as any other municipality in the state of Arizona. We're a tribal government, and tribal sovereignty applies. We're sovereign nations. We're indigenous, and just the list goes on. How unique and special we are. So yeah, fantastic. So Ethan's trying to direct my question or pose or request someone. I can't seem to find that here this afternoon, other than DOJ. What the speaker? So if we can kind of focus on issues like that too, we would certainly be directly helping our constituents, citizens of Navajo, citizens of county. They're the same citizens of these counties. Of course, they're state citizens and American citizens. So citizenship, there are several ways, or we hold several different citizenship. So yes, that's not. So I just want to make a comment like that, speaker. I don't need a response right now, but if anyone cares to provide some ideas, recommendations, I'm all ears, Isha. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question, Honorable Walker, Vice Chair Walker. I don't know, is Mr. Henderson or Mr. Watchman still on?
Yes, Mr. Watchman's here.
I don't know if you might have a response. Might have a response to Mr. Walker's question.
Yes, I do. This is Mr. Watchman again. Yes, unemployment benefits from the state have been expanded to include entrepreneurs, small business people, and sole proprietors. And so in the CARES Act, they add another component. So for unemployment, you get the state amount plus the CARES Act amount. And so the tricky part, and Mr. Delegate Walker highlighted this, and that is that you have to demonstrate that you were in fact making revenue, you were in fact a legitimate business. And so that's where a lot of the businesses are falling short. And so if you're, for example, an independent consultant, they're asking for your 1099, or they're asking you for, statements, your bank statements to show that you have revenue coming in. And so in many cases, a lot of our Navajo artisans are cash-based. And so one of the thoughts that I have is, and I can do this along with Mr. Henderson, is sort of call into our elected folks, for example, Representative Teller and Senator Peshtakai, to see if they can get involved, because it is a state-based program, and maybe they can help to see what the challenges are. The same challenges that I'm talking about are also the same challenges as to why many of our Navajo businesses did not apply for the PPP program. And so, but it doesn't hurt to ask, like Delegate Walker said, and like you said, Mr. Speaker. So, but there's some basic documents that had to be put together, and a lot of the small businesses, for whatever reason, just don't have that immediate available. So I don't know if Mr. Henderson has any other thoughts, but that's what I see right now with the disposition of payments from unemployment insurance. So yeah, thank you.
This is Al Henderson. I concur with Derek's response to Council Delegate Walker's concern, and we'll keep our eyes and ears open for any events that we run across regarding the concerns that he expressed. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, any other announcements, comments, colleagues? We're at the end of the session today. Not, we'll go ahead and start up tomorrow morning. Thank you again, Mr. J.T. Willie, you and your staff for being online today, and the executive branch. Thank you for working together, and also adhering to some of the requests from the colleague or from my colleagues of the Naabik'iyati committee and that consideration. And thank you. Look forward to you coming back next week. Mr. Watchman, Mr. Henderson, thank you very much from the Dene Chamber of Commerce. We look forward to having further discussions on this, and thank you for the presentation. Thank you for being prepared today. More importantly, thank you for looking out and being on the forefront to advocate for these Navajo Nation small businesses across the Navajo Nation within our 4 sacred mountains. So again, to everyone on the line, please have a good day, colleagues. Safe travels, staff members. Stay safe out there. To everybody that's listening in on the World Wide Web, Facebook, YouTube, Vimeo, thank you very much for logging in today on Naabik'iyati Committee's work session. Tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. again. And tomorrow, the discussion topics will be healthcare initiatives, battling COVID-19, the needs on the ground that we need are the supplies that we need, and then also our social services, direct impact on the nation, our CHR workers, our Tech programs. So thank you very much for being on here today. We'll talk to everyone tomorrow morning. Safe travels. Have a good afternoon. Yeah.
Have a good day.